Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
All right, it's a little early, but lunch was good. Still pickleless because I went to the store and something was different yesterday. I went to the store and I actually took a neighbor of mine who was headed to the same meeting I was going to last night. Went to the store and he wanted to ride. His wife was had the car in town, and I said sure. I went and picked him up. And I said the only catch is we have to stop by the store on the way home, and I did. And I remembered everything except the pickles. Everything except the pickles. So yeah, I'm still pickleless, but lunch was good. Lunch was good at least there. So let's see, we've got a couple things going on here. As soon as this ends, there we go. Is this book club? No, Adam, it's not book club, but let me take that here and then this here. Now we've got the live stream. The lights are still off in the courtroom, by the way. We're still a little bit early. Michelle Stark opened up the live chat and she stepped right into it and says, "Oops." Yep, she accidentally won the internet. Congratulations, Michelle. You have had it before, I believe, and you did a fabulous job. All the errors that occurred were not your fault, and you handled them wonderfully. This is your moment to shine now, Michelle. So congratulations. Do with the internet as you see fit, and thank you at the same time. Golden Mom's here. Fractured 23. Now this, if you look right here, Fractured 23. On the chat where I'm looking right now, your name appears in gray, but as I scroll down further, your name appears in green, which can only mean one thing, and that is that you determined that the view at the back of the courtroom was not nearly as good as the view at the front. And you went ahead and joined the gallery. And so welcome to the gallery. Wonderful to have you as a new member. Thank you so much. I think if I remember correctly, you only found the channel, probably in the last week or two. But it's wonderful to have you become a member, and thank you so much for your support. It would not be the same here without you. Appreciate what you bring to chat. You're one of us already. Let's see. No, it's not book club, Adam, because there's no assigned reading. We only watch movies here. And Michelle, I'd rather be day working. Laura, we're back. We will be here in just a little bit. We've got the trial happening here in Wisconsin as we have the retrial for the Antifreeze murder with Mark Jensen, accused of killing his wife Julie Jensen with antifreeze and sleeping pills and apparently a pillow. And that's how how it ended, apparently. Let's see, Laura, Michelle, we got you there. Bite Me's here. Who else do we miss? Richard, good to have you here on a globe. Are we on break? We are on break. It was just a little lunch break. I didn't hear what the judge say when we were coming back, and I didn't want to miss it. I didn't want to have our roll call interrupted by the judge saying, "And we're back on the record. Go ahead," because then it would cut the roll call short. Is this the right live stream? Bella, we've had a lot of live streams today. Thank you for your patience as we had some serious technical difficulties this morning with the internet. I have bumped the quality of the stream up just a little bit. As long as it plays nicely, we'll keep that going. If for some reason it doesn't, I can dial it back without killing the stream. So I'll stop broadcasting just for a minute so the screen will go black. I'll dial the stream settings back on my switcher and start broadcasting again, and hopefully that'll fix it. But I'll watch for the little buffering error if that happens. Just waiting for lunch to finish. We're almost there. We'll be back, Nancy. We're back at 2. We're early. We've got about 9 minutes before then. Bella's going to do some tidying up. We'll wait for you, Bella. Go ahead and get it done. Listen to this. I should charge extra, Bella, because apparently I'm also a sleep aid. She said I fell asleep listening to the last one, Scott's voice, and I was up and down all night. It's better than a sedative. Just go ahead and put on one of the live streams and just drift away to La La Land. Let's see. Pickles Not Politics, formerly TW. I don't know how long I'm going to have to look at that before I connect the two. If you get rid of formerly TW, I'll forget entirely TW. Congrats on winning the internet. Yes, it's a big day for Michelle on that. Oh dear, and good luck. Yep, Samantha's right. Let's see. Hopefully, Samantha, your daughter's behaving, and the no beating actually had to occur. Bitfinex says Michelle won the internet. Jeepers. Well, I guess yesterday morning was worse. It was. This morning was pretty bad, but Miss L is here. Selma, Alabama just got hit by a tornado. Oh my goodness. I know that. I think Ryan Hollyall's live. We've got some storm chasers that are live all over the country. Weather Watch has probably had split attention if he is here this morning. I think you are. Look between watching that and this. So the courtroom itself, let me just show you. This is interesting. The courtroom is dark. The lights are off. They're conserving energy there. They've already done this once. They don't want to spend any more money on this trial than they have to, so they turn the lights off when they're not in session. Pickles Not Politics, we've got you there. A few more people filtering in. Let me just make sure. Nancy, got that, Nancy. Miss L, also in green now, thanks to Weather Watch. Weather Watch is here as well. Denise, good to have you here. Had lunch, ready for more court.
Subject matter jurisdiction.
We've got time. Probably could. Laura's here. Good morning, Laura. So we got Fractured, who joined the gallery. Thank you so much. That guy is here. Finishing the roll call as I just head down. The cool thing about this is everyone else who comes in later is going to be late. That means that Tag might be here if that happens. That being Tag's like signature sound. Maui Gal says, "Is this only chat? Is it chat only?" Oh no, this is just you showed up early, Maui. That's what happened. And the video hadn't started yet. But yeah, we're have a little chat beforehand. It's nice to connect a little bit. North American Girl, good to have you back. Georgia as well. Ooh, a bunch just jumped in. Where was I? Oh, man, I was way back here. Georgia, we have you. I'm going to go faster. Ed, Rainbow Light. Hi, everyone. Good to have you. Samantha Terry, that guy. Well, Mama. Yay, made it for the live. You are early, as a matter of fact. I'm early as well. Canned Laughter's here. How's it going? Take your seat. The seat command should be working now. It doesn't work until I pop in, so I think you were the first person to get it, and it looks like you were. So that's right when I went live. So I've at least caught up to that moment. I'm only about 5 minutes behind now. Kay, great to have you back. Let's see, Golden Girl. Let's see, Lisa B. SJMC, longtime lurker here. SJMC, good to have you here in the world of chat. Feel free to share some opinions. We're a friendly group, as you've seen, being a longtime lurker. Join at any time, and feel free also to use the burner phone. You don't have to be a member of the channel to use the burner phone. You reach out anytime you want to share something. Corina is here. If I missed you, Marissa, let's see, Miss L is taking a seat. P. Cooper's here. Lane RN. Marissa, there you are. CG in Texas. It's a live stream palooza. Live streams all over the place. Gordon's here. It's all go. Katrina, hey, good to have you. That guy's here. Seven, what's up, Seven? Good to have you, Seven. Christy, Sharon McDonald. I hear that squirrel thing and it just triggers me. I'm back too, WV. Good to have you. Jen, it's good to have you back. It's good to have you here. Golden Girl, have a tornado watch until 7. Seriously, stay safe. Tornadoes are no joking matter. Hopefully you're all in a place where you can get to cover as soon as the alert is sounded. Just keep an eye on the weather. Keep an eye on the warnings for your area. Obviously, I don't have all the verbiage to tell you what to do in the case of a tornado, but I think you probably know better than me because a lot of you guys deal with that on a regular basis. Laura K is here. I'm watching you and have about 8 different apps and tabs open for weather. If you need to connect, do you want to? I'm not sure if you're able. I think my internet's stable enough to do Zoom at the same time. I'll keep it open here for a little bit. If you want to, we can try that. I know I sort of just threw that on you. You've got many other things going, so I would not be surprised at all if you're not able to connect right now. Yep, stretch yawn. Lunchtime's over. We've got to wake up a little bit. I'm not sure what this emoji is, Karina. It looks sort of like a Sonic the Hedgehog. I don't know what that is. Is it something covering his eyes or face palm type thing? I don't know. I need somebody to explain that to me. Mustard Cat says, do you focus mostly on U.S. cases? Any Canadian trials? I have not done any Canadian trials. I'd be open to it as long as they're done in English, which I believe they are. You guys have sort of 2 languages up there that are official. But if they're live streamed and done in English, I'd be open to it. If you have some suggestions, well, please shoot them to the burner phone or email me if that's cheaper or easier for you. Are the Suns appearing for the defense? I read that and I'm in shock. Bitfinex, I'm waiting on this. I don't know. I believe the Suns do support him. That they're like on his side, so they might have something to offer that would help his cause a little bit in this case. It'll be interesting to see. Nancy's here. Abby says, I'm here, but I'm lurking. It's all right, Abby. Good to have you. One of our original gangster mods, Abby from UK. P. Cooper. Let's see, Georgia. We got you, Georgia. Picked pickles up yesterday. Not gonna lie, pretty excited. They're so good. They have to be cold. You got to pop them in the fridge. Don't resist the urge to just pop the can open and the bottle open and start chowing down. As good as they are, warm room temperature pickles. As good as those are, they're so much better when they just have that extra crispiness from being cold. It's worth chilling them just for a little bit. Don't forget to snag the like button and show the channel some beautiful love. Yes, I will say I know I've spoken to several lurkers out there who say I watch religiously, but I never talk, and that's fine. I've met several in real life that say this, people that I know and that know me. Don't feel like you have to watch any advertisements to help me out. I cannot stress enough how little I make from advertisements. If 1,000 of you sat through all the advertisements that play when my video starts, if there was a video at the front, if 1,000 of you sat through and watched it, I would make 4 cents. And that's not worth your time to give me 4 cents. 1,000 of you collectively to give me 4 cents. Please skip the ads. I try to get rid of them. Sometimes I forget to, because I have to manually go through and turn off the ads every time I start a live stream, or else YouTube just floods you with all sorts of ads. If I, for some reason, neglect to turn off the ads, don't feel bad at all in skipping it. I'd rather have you here in chat, communicating with us, saying hi, checking in, not being late, taking a seat for trial. But I appreciate you being here, whether you're lurking in the background or in chat. You're welcome anytime. Let's see, Christy P is here. That guy, Trigger the Squirrel, that's right. North American Girls is back. And yes, you've got the Facebook link. We are building this Facebook site. Katrina is really sort of championing that, and I have to do a little bit more there. Max says, let it snow, all stocked up, late. Is he still saying he's not guilty? He's Roxanne, yes, Mark Jensen has professed his innocence from day one. He said it was, according to him, it was suicide. That he had nothing to do with her demise and her death, and he has maintained that throughout. Olivia Rose, hi, welcome. You made it back in time. Joan, welcome as well. See, Samantha, Weather Watch, Pickles Not Politics, got you there. Tag is back. I see that. And Catfight. I'm working on it, Tag. I've got the audio. That was, for those that don't know, Tag wants audio for a catfight. For when the lawyers and the judge sort of get at each other, when there's a little bit of a back and forth, we can trigger that little audio in the background. And she sent me as a sample track a YouTube video that is nonstop, an hour long, of cats yowling and scratching and hissing at each other. So I'm not sure which one of that hour-long video. I've scrolled through, and there's some good ones, but I've got to find one that works really well. The storm that hit Selma moved northeast. It's now a warned tornado emergency, which means very large destructive tornado on the ground. Man, subject matter jurisdiction will have to wait if the tornado's on the ground. Hopefully, Brian Holyall is doing his thing and getting the message out to those places that need it. How long is this trial supposed to last? Great question, North American Girl. And they've blocked out about 5 weeks. That's this many, 5 weeks for this trial, which is so long. We're not going to be able to stick through all of it, because I can tell you that in 5 days, we have a hearing with Sarah Boone, and she comes first. I'm sorry, Mark. You got your trial the first time around, and you got all the attention that time. Now, when someone else is more interesting, we're going to tune out, and we're going to go watch Sarah Boone. And then when the Burt Murdoch case in South Carolina kicks in, we're going to watch that. And then when Sarah Boone kicks in at the end of the month, we're going to take that one as well. So we're not going to be able to follow this all the way through. We might check back in now and then and maybe catch the sentencing and things. Just depends what's happening in those other cases. But 5 weeks is how long they're expecting this one to last. Maybe 6 weeks now that they've had the opening statements, because those lasted forever. Let's see. Hope everyone's okay. McDonald's built on an overpass in Decatur. Holy cow.
For the record, I don't consent to that name.
SJMC. I missed that here. What did you say? Yeah, we do have a couple sound effects that play in the background, like that. I don't consent to that name, and things like that are sound effects from the Darrell Brooks trial, and we sort of play them. They're sort of jokes. It's like an inside joke for the true crime community. Let's see. Recovery addict is currently distracted by another squirrel. Let him chase that one down before pointing out another. That's funny.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Yes, we are. Get ready for a stream crash. Why? Why is it going to crash? What's happening? No. We don't want to do that anymore. I'm running plenty of checks on my end, and it seems to be good right now. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. We'll do another speed test right now. On the upload or the download side, I'm getting about 280, which is great because I pay for 1,000. And sure enough. And on the upload, 16, 18, I should have at least 35 to 50. So yeah, it's poor, but it's not as bad as it was this morning. In Ohio, the wind's really bad, but I haven't watched the news, so I have no clue if we have tornado watches or warnings. Mary, stay safe. There's all sorts of weather out there. Johnny Laws here with the pickles. Welcome, Johnny. It's a facepalm emoji. Thank you, that guy. That's sort of what I got from it, but it seems like it's like a robot facepalm. Has like a weird antenna coming off the ear. Michelle's here. Laura, I think we've pretty much covered the role. Let me just catch up a little bit. Cass is here. I'd like to see the dad on the stand. I wonder if he will take the stand in his own defense this time. Maybe not. I don't think he will. Let's see. Really, 4.5 months till Koberger trial? We can do this. It is a long wait, Georgia. But there's a lot of evidence that they have to go over. And so it's going to be 4.5 months of looking at evidence before they decide if he's going to plead guilty or not. Katrina has to do some adulting, so she'll be lurking. Good luck with that, Katrina. We'll have you here in spirit if you're not here in person. Miss Priss is late. That's appropriate. Thank you. You should have been here a few minutes ago, but good to have you. Warm pickles. Yeah, really. Cold is the way to go. It's got to be cold. I'm in need of some pickle relish. Scott was in the process of making deviled eggs, and I'm out of pickle relish. Yeah, we're all going to have to run to the store here soon. If this was back on the day, 4 cents would get you half a day's rations and change. Thank you for the kind words, Roxanne. And heart goes out to you and your sister. Appreciate the kindness you share here. Wow, that is crazy. Lots of things crazy. That tornado, for one, is major crazy. Refrigerating ASAP. Great choice, Georgia. It looks like the lights are just coming on in the courtroom right now. As a matter of fact, let me just flip the switch and turn the lights on. You guys can watch it happen live, assuming it is. There we go. Lights are on. I have to wait until it says skip ads and I hit the button right away. That works. That's great. I try to have... I have to have... It makes me keep one type of ad on there. So I try to have the least intrusive one possible. And I know the skip ads one just at the beginning should be enough. And then it on my end, it's constantly asking me, it'll pop up a little thing on my screen saying, hey, now's a great time to just spam ads to your viewers. Just like inject ads. And I'm like, I don't think so. I've never willingly hit that button. So hopefully you'll never get just the middle of the stream ads from me. Bite Me says temporary Virginia transplant. Yes, Bite Me actually, thanks for reaching out on the burner phone, by the way. You were, sorry, squirrel moment. I got something from Amber, just checking on Twitter. Looks like a tweet from Kathy Russin about Young Thug. Bite Me was actually traveling yesterday with all the awfulness that happened with the airports and the FAA. Bite Me was headed from, I believe, Florida to Virginia, which via North Carolina. So briefly, she was here in the same state, and so I welcomed her, but she moved on up north to Virginia. Glad to have you there, and that nightmare of a trip is over. I think we're good with the lights on. We should expect some action here soon. That guy, Kathy, good to have you. Dallas, sorry, I didn't see you the first time around, I think. Let's see. Can we trigger the soap opera music, the piano? I can play it for you, CG, but I can't. I have to change the way I read. Georgia Carver is in the house. Laura, Jay Hughes, hola. Olivia Rose, and Samantha Terry. Welcome, Marie. You're late, but you're here. I just can't do the same voice with this music in the background. Matt got some decades from the neighbor. As the pickle turns, that is such a good line, DMB. As the pickle turns. This is great music for roll call. I greet you, sir. Yolissa, good to have you here. Let's see. Just woke up from a coma after 10 years. Yes, and just come right back into the sitcom. 10 years gone and you're back. People can appear and disappear just as fast with on those daytime soaps. As the pickle turns. We have to do something with that. DMB, I love that. If you, I'm going to put it in my notes because I'm going to forget. I really will. But as we wait for the judge here. I'm wondering what other similar things you can do with other daily soap operas, like Days of Our Trials. Would that be good?
Face with big pleading eyes, 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 smiling face, licking lips.
Those are puppy dog eyes. The face with big pleading eyes. Tag, thank you so much for the super chat. These are the trials of our lives, the sands of crimes, pickles of our lives. Oh man, now we have to do something. Because all of us know these sitcoms. We grew up with them. We've watched them. Oh, man. Merging the two is perfect. Maybe try some guided meditation. I'll have to release a video that's just... And now... You're floating deeper into a restful state. Feel the weight of your shoulders lessen as you relax. My coworkers are concerned with my sudden laughter. I'll work on something. North American Girl, I like that idea. We might have to start a new channel just for guided meditation. But now you're relaxed. All our blood pressure is great now. You can't really be upset after you've listened to the soap opera sad piano music, which went so well with the opening statements from the defense yesterday. Yes, I missed the first stream in BK's appearance. It was at doctor's for a regular checkup. Dallas, the first stream was rough. We had some technical difficulties, which hopefully we won't have this afternoon. So it took like 5 tries, and eventually had to tether to my phone to get internet to work. Murray's like, what happened? Just fed the dog and now this? Yeah, somebody suggested some sad music and we played it, and then that happened. Once Upon a Pickle. A room of true crime addicts joined to watch with the hopeful conviction of a murder. Squirrel. You guys are great. I love your sense of humor. It matches mine so well. Edge of Night. Love the music. Days of Our Live Streams. Oh man, that's a great one. Days of Our Live Streams. DMB. Another one from you. As the Pickle Turns first, and now Days of Our Live Streams. I'm gonna put this on here.
Are we gonna address subject matter jurisdiction?
Let's see. Louisiana to Houston, Chicago to Raleigh, then drive to Danville, Washington. Yeah, that's the route you took yesterday, amidst all the delays and backup of the airlines. So I'm glad you made it there safely. These are the days of our trials. I like that one as well. Days of our trials. As the pickle turns and the stomach churns. As the gavel turns. General population. Like General Hospital. Heidi, that's a good one. I'm writing these down so I don't forget these. We almost called out Discord days of our trials. See that? Yeah, Discord as the gavel drops is good, but Days of Our Trials is hilarious too. All my addicts, Mac. All my addicts instead of all my children. Marie, welcome to As the Pickle Turns with Recovery Addict, guest star Mark Jensen, Sarah Boone, Brian Koberger, and many more. One Pickle to Live. As the crime turns, Days of Our Lives, my grandma got me watching when I was a very small child. Scott looked on, wiped the snot from his face. A squirrel scurries by. Yeah, the screenplay that's written out would just be hilarious. Okay, I think we're getting some motion from the courtroom here, so we're about to return to that. I have to do some lining up of the feeds, as I always do, so it'll take just a minute to get those right. Without any audio, it's really hard to. It's impossible to get it right. I'm going to shut down Zoom here really quickly, just make sure we don't have any issues on that front. Okay. Let's see, we've got, who do we have up here? We've got Law and Crime. Is this, oh, that's TMJ4, so I need WISN. Okay. Well, WISN is currently going live with their new news, so we're waiting for that feed. They have the best audio. But let's see. I think, yeah, we're good. We'll get audio from TMJ4 as muffled as it is as it starts, and we'll take the better audio as soon as WISN comes in with that. As the pickles turn, you should release the tunes. You should release the tunes from this channel. I'd love it. Laura, these tunes, all the songs I use are from the YouTube library, the audio library. So they're songs that I can use without a license. I'm very careful to only use ones that I don't have to put like a huge credits to in every single video description. and they're free for me, which is good because some of the music rights can be very expensive to use on videos. Let's see. The internet is very well behaved right now. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure what happened, but it's better. As a squirrel turns, sort of like on a spit. Is that what you're talking about, Richard? I've never eaten squirrel. I've got some neighbors that say it's delicious, but tornado's been on the ground for a while. Weather Watch, I don't have any apps to follow that closely. I don't have the advanced radar imagery that you have access to. Court's got some video back at least. This is probably family. Maybe his mom, based on the side of the court she's sitting on. We've got somebody in a vest back there in back. I wonder if that's his mom. Fractured said, yesterday you did a poll on guilty or not. I chose guilty to explain there's no way the father of my children would be so sick and I would not force hospital trip. Yeah. For him to be sick and he doesn't allow her to go to the doctor or anyone see her. Yeah, that's what we're hearing anyway from the kids. Heard a little bit of sound. And nothing. Okay. But did they cover subject matter jurisdiction? Not in this trial. I think it's interesting. This is actually the second jurisdiction this has been tried in, meaning it's the second county. The first one's actually moved to another county because they couldn't get... What's that guy got in his mouth? A whole pile of lozenges, I guess. And he did the slow chew reveal for us as well. He's got a cheek full. Looks like a chipmunk. I showed my mom your opening statement yesterday that made me lose it in the frozen food section of the commissary. She lost it too. That was hilarious. That was a fun little segment. The music was perfect. I do hope he's chewing on lozenges. We're getting a tiny bit of audio, but nothing juicy yet. That was really funny. Thanks everyone for the comments. You guys were great with those. Johnny Law, absolutely hilarious. What did Johnny say? I think I clicked on it, but might have missed it. Okay, how much time before the stream ends? Well, about Mommy. Hopefully it won't end until the trial's done for the day. We'll ride it through the rest of the day. Woman on the left looks startled at him chewing his cud. Yes, he's just finishing up lunch. Squirrel, I think he has things hidden in both cheeks. He's probably got like two different flavors of cough drops, one on each side of the mouth. And then he's like just enjoying the experience of, he must be the cougher. I think it was actually Hitchcock that was coughing. At least he was one that was coughing in the video. And it's interesting to see him, from 20 years ago and now so much older, still basically in the same seat. She's wearing another turtleneck. Is this a mock, though? I think this is more of a mock. Anyone have a link to become a member? Abe, you're probably on an iOS device. If you are, Abe, if you go to, let's see, Mark's taking off his jewelry. He can't wear those bracelets while he's in court, unfortunately. If you go to Safari and then open up YouTube on Safari, it may have the option to join. It just doesn't show up when you're on an iOS device because Apple wants like 30% on top of everything or out of the cut, and YouTube's not going to pay them that. And so you can't purchase right through an iOS device. So if you connect on a laptop or a PC or something like that, you'll see the join button. You just don't see it when you're on iOS. Will BK get a new judge for the trial? I heard Megan is only his judge until after next hearing. Golden Mom, I hadn't heard that. I wonder if it'll be Judge then, because they don't have that many judges there. Judge already made one ruling in this case regarding the media rights. But Megan has been handling everything else. I wonder why she wouldn't see it all the way through. Looks like Mark Jensen had a good lunch. He's in a very good mood. Just happy to be here. Great change of scenery for him. Law and Order Special Pickle Unit. We didn't think people would think our Discord was serious. Yeah, I don't have that. I don't have that concern. I mean, I'm named after something. Everyone who comes here is like, so you are addicted to something? Are you recovering from drug abuse? Yeah, I really didn't care what people thought about my name. I liked it, and I just went with it. But I can see that as you're trying to...
back on the record then.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Mark Jensen, the appearances are the same.
Let's see.
We're continuing at exhibit number 9, watching the video with that.
This is
Ms.
cross-exam,
McNeil, we can
though.
Start it up again.
Okay, we're gonna boost this audio just a little bit.
You lived next door to the Jensens
Not that much.
prior to Julie's death for about 6 years, is that right?
So that's Hitchcock.
I think so, maybe even more.
He's not the one asking the questions.
Even
So
more?
I'll say 6 years, yes.
I wasn't clear whether you moved in, and I had understood you to say 1992. Was it earlier?
Well, I think so. I don't remember. I will have to look.
Look at are those glasses on like a rope
I'll say 92.
behind Hitchcock there?
During that time, you had lots of contacts with both Mr. Jensen and Mrs. Jensen.
Yes, I did.
You did things like go fishing with Mark Jensen, right?
Yes, we went, I'll say 2-3 times fishing.
And your families, especially in the summer, might cook out
I
together.
didn't follow this part, Marie.
There was a couple times that we had dinners together. Spent some times in his backyard by the pool.
You'd speak with him on a regular basis,
Yes,
right? Talked with them hundreds, if not thousands of times over those years?
yes,
Right. Got along with him fine as a neighbor?
yes,
You had a chance to observe him with his children, correct?
yes, I did.
And fair to say that he was a good father?
Hitchcock.
Yes, he was good father.
He was a loving father?
There's Mark.
They see him always playing with the kids, spending a lot of time with them.
You'd see them, you were aware that he'd take his son David fishing, right?
Yes.
You'd see him outside swimming in the pool, right?
Well, I would hear them swimming in the pool, laughing and screaming. It was, yes.
They'd walk the dog together, right?
Yep.
Kind of thing. And prior to the fall of 1998,
Sorry.
you really didn't observe much in the way of problems in the Jensen family, right?
Major problems or just problems?
Yeah, you didn't see any major problems,
No, I
right?
didn't.
In terms of, and on a number of occasions, you saw Mark's interactions with Julie Jensen, right?
Yes, Melody. I think that's a good match. I think that is her.
You never saw Mark be
think it's the same
physical
woman
with
behind
Julie,
it.
right?
That would be his parents.
Never did see.
And in her conversations with you, she never made any such claim like that, right?
She never did.
Amber, is that in this case?
During the 6 or more years that you lived next door to the Jensens, you never even really saw Mark angry, did you?
There was a couple of times he was upset. We had an argument.
Maybe 2 times?
Yeah, I mean, the times that I remember, that I recall it, he was very angry. I remember when I was buying the lot next door from them, that he had to sell it because he lost a job and Julie wasn't working at the time. And she could have been working.
So he was upset in 1991 about during some time of financial distress.
Yes.
Is that right?
Right.
And even then, you didn't hear him yelling or screaming about that, right?
No.
And did you say there was some other time in those 6 years when you saw him?
Yeah, I think
upset?
so. There was one of the times I was going.
Yeah, I think
to
that's
his
the
house.
mom.
I was coming into his garage inside the house, and at the same time Mark came out, and they had an argument. He was really upset. He was really, pissed.
And what is it that made you decide that he was angry?
Well, he told me about it. There was
Good
something
grief.
about trip family trip. They
Ooh.
supposed to go together.
They're supposed to keep that out.
And
That's not
Julie
supposed to be allowed in at all.
So he was upset that he and Julie could not go on a family trip together.
Yeah, he blamed her that she wasn't like his friends' wives, that they will go together places, and she didn't want to go with him.
It can't be admitted as testimony.
He thought
though.
that was
I mean,
important that they go on a trip together.
I wonder if they get it in a different way.
And so those are the 2 times that you saw Mark Jensen angry in the
That's
6.
the times I just would say, yes, I remember.
In the 6+ years that you lived next door to him. On December 4th, 1999, Mr. Voigt, you spoke with Detective Ratzberg here?
Yes, I did.
Detective Ratzberg wrote a written statement for you, right?
Yes, he did.
And have you also seen a police report that he prepared summarizing your conversations?
I mean, before?
Let's see. He took a statement that he put in writing and you signed it, correct?
Yes, I did.
And I'll tell you, I have a police report that summarizes things that you told him on that date.
Okay.
That's not signed by you, it's a police report. Have you seen that police report?
I think so, I did.
And let me just hold it up to you. It looks something like this. Does that ring a bell?
No, not really. It looks like any other page.
Okay. But I mean, do you
Does that
remember
ring a
being
bell?
typed
Not
like,
really. It's
typed
just, I
like
can just
this
see
or
white.
not? Okay.
I just see a white page.
All right. Did you ever tell Detective Ratzberg that Mark would not speak with you and he always kept to himself?
Yes, I told Mr. Raspberry that for about, I'll say 4 weeks to 5 weeks to Julie's dad, Mark separated himself from me, and I mean, he wouldn't talk to me. He will just ignore it. He will just like didn't exist, even passing me, seeing me.
That was the month of November, basically. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so this exposure
But during
F2.4,
your
they're changing the f-stop on the iris.
6 or 7 years you were
This
there.
changes how much light comes in. It also changes how
keep
much
to
is in
himself,
focus
right?
at the same time.
No, we had a regular conversation. I'll say
It changes what's called the depth of
neighbors,
field.
and we talk about different stuff.
During November, it's fair to say that people aren't outside
Get
as
ready
often
for a
as they are in
whiplash zoom
July.
here. Just hold tight.
No, I did still see him. You know, because he always was in the front washing the cars and doing some other thing, but it just, he wasn't there. Like I described it before, I could pass him, 10, 20 feet from him. He will still ignore, like, I'm not there, it doesn't exist.
Well, Mr. Jensen's driveway was not right next to your driveway,
Cameraman got
correct?
lessons from
And I would say his driveway's gotta be
from Idaho.
probably 35 feet away.
Right. I mean, they're not right next to each other is what I'm saying, Mr. Voigt, right? I mean, it's not like you have shared driveways
I'm
or
waiting
driveways
for this
that parallel right
to
next to
fix.
each other.
We're going to change
True?
the audio.
And
Excuse me, we're going to change
in
the audio a little bit.
Mark Jensen would work during weekdays, right?
Yes.
And in November,
There we go.
on weekends, it would be much colder than it would be other times of the year, right? Not.
Yes.
This camera's
And so
going
you'd
nuts.
see him less frequently, fair to say?
Yeah, I did see him frequently, but like I'm saying,
Mr. Voigt,
yeah.
did you see him less frequently in November than other times of the year?
I'll see him on a daily basis.
On a daily basis?
Yes, I see him coming into the house. I see him walking around the yard.
So in November, Mr. Jensen would come home when it was dark in November, wouldn't he, Mr. Voigt?
Yes.
And it would be dark out, and you'd be in your house, right?
It's a very poor white balance here.
So in the month of November, you're standing outside when it's dark out, waiting for Mr. Jensen to come home to see if he'll talk to
No,
you?
I wasn't married to him. I didn't wait for him.
I wasn't married to
see
him.
There. I saw him pulling his truck. I see him just walking around.
You can see the
Just
defense
to
is not
me,
liking these. Hands on the
it's
head,
different.
leaning back. He's frustrated with the answers.
We always did have the contact, and there's, like you said, 6, 7 years before, and we had some falls before too, and I always see Mark, we always talk, we always have a good relationship, and then suddenly, it's like everything got cut off.
Okay. Now, one thing that could be the case is you were suspicious based on what Julie had to say to you, right?
Yes, I was suspicious.
And that could have affected your perceptions of Mark Jensen, right?
I really don't know.
I'm sure there are times during those previous 6 years in which Mr. Jensen was in a hurry or something like that, and he wouldn't be as friendly as he was normally, right?
I don't know. He always was friendly. I cannot say he wasn't, even if he was sitting, like you said, it was dark, he will be sitting in his garage, we will have a chat, he will work on his fishing rods or some other stuff. That was a normal thing. Or he will come up.
This guy, look at the defense attorney, his head's on his shoulder. He's so
So
frustrated.
your claim is every day when Mr. Jensen would come home, you had a conversation with him?
Not every day, but I will say sometimes we will have twice a day, sometimes we can have for 2 days.
Here's my question, Mr. Voigt.
Yes, please.
In the evening, when Mr. Jensen comes home from work during the month of November, you're claiming that you'd have a conversation with him for some reason?
No, I did not have a conversation with him that November. I did not.
What?
But the months before and the years before, yes, I did.
Every single night?
Not every single night, like I said. Every other.
Why would you,
especially on the weekends?
why would you be outside in the month of November 1998, Mr. Voigt, at night?
To talk to my neighbor.
I had my garage in the back of my house. I used to, my hobby is rebuild antique cars. I used to walk all the time back and forth from the house to the garage in the back. And I meet a lot of times Mark passing by the side of the house and the side of the pool. We met each other a lot.
It's hard to tell what the category of a tornado is during the tornado. Usually it's figured out after the fact, but you can probably guess it's upper on the scale if it's that big.
The Sunday before Julie Jensen passed away, you said you saw her on that day, right?
Yes, I did.
And you saw her going for a walk with Mark?
Yes.
And David and Douglas?
I think so, Douglas and a dog. I wasn't sure about the David. Maybe David was going to.
They went for a walk. They went for a walk with the dog and their youngest boy, and
Yeah, I
maybe
think
the
so.
other boy.
Yeah, I don't know if all of them, but I know they went for a walk. Yes.
And they returned to the house, right?
Yes.
You saw Mark outside playing basketball with his kids?
Yes, he did.
Julie was outside?
Yes, she was.
You thought everything was okay?
Yes, I did.
And Julie walked up to you and your wife, right?
Yes.
And she had her back to Mr. Jensen?
Yes, she did.
You said she was crying.
Yes. She was turning around and I asked her a question if everything was okay. It's all right, back to normal.
And you and your wife pleaded with her not to cry because Mark might see her, right?
Yes.
Because you were afraid that Mark was going to find out that you knew about it, right?
Yes.
So Mark didn't know about it at that time, did he?
About what?
He didn't know that you had had conversations with Mrs. Jensen.
He saw me talking to her.
That's why he was afraid. That's why you were afraid he'd find out, is because he didn't know, right?
About what?
About the conversations.
Well, I had a conversation every day with her, and I had he knew we were talking to each other because when he even passed, he gives me, such a cold, dirty look that we were talking to each other.
That was your perception, was that he was giving
No, it
you...
wasn't the perception. You can see in somebody's eyes, in the face's expression.
If Mr. Jensen knew, then you wouldn't be afraid that he'd find out, right?
I'm telling what Julie was telling me, and she didn't want Mark to find out about it, that she knew what was going on.
You were afraid that Mark was going to find out that you knew, right?
Yes.
And that's why you were pleading with her not to cry,
Yes.
right? And you had no information living next door to this man for 6 or 7 years. You had no information whatsoever from personal observation or from what Julie told you that he'd ever been a violent man, right?
Yes.
You'd only seen him angry once or twice, right?
Yes.
In 6 or 7 years?
Yes.
So, what did you think Mr. Jensen would do if he found out that you knew Julie was upset?
Objection. What? How irrelevant? Unrelevant.
How would I know what he's gonna do?
Well, I was going to direct you overruled.
He answered anyway before the
I
judge
didn't hear
ruled.
your answer, I'm sorry.
How would I know what he's gonna do?
This
Well,
guy's
what
so
were you
frustrated.
afraid of?
Well, I don't know. I was just afraid. I was just afraid. Julie didn't want nobody to know what was going on. She didn't. When she approached me, she talked to me about this thing. She even told me, "Don't tell the neighbors across the street or somebody," because she just don't want to find out. Nobody else find out.
Mark had been a reasonable man during those 6 or 7 years, right?
Yeah, but not for the past 8 or 7 weeks before that happened.
Well, you were just saying it was 4 weeks.
What's different? 4 or 5 or 6 weeks.
Well,
That was just before that date. The way he acted, the way he walked, when he got this new job, he was like a different man.
This is beyond the scope of the question, Judge.
Objection. I disagree. The answer was responsive.
The answer may stand. Go ahead.
First of all, you testified to 4 weeks, right?
I don't remember that. If it's in it, yes.
Well, that's what you just told Mr. Jamboys when he asked you, right?
Then yes.
Because you said Julie began talking to you maybe 5 or 6 weeks before she died, right?
About that matter, about the problem they had in the family problem between Mark and her.
Right.
Yes.
Correct.
She
5 or
did
6
talk to me before, normally, on a regular basis.
5 or 6 weeks before she died is when she had that conversation, right?
Yes.
And in that conversation, she did not say she was concerned about poisoning, right?
Yes, she was.
In the very first conversation?
Not in the very first conversation, but between 5, 6 weeks in that time area. I think so. It was on the 4th week or 3rd week before her death. Yeah.
Mr. Boyd, I'm trying to find out what happened at various times, okay? So on the first conversation you had, there was no talk about poisoning.
No, it wasn't talk. It wasn't talk about Mark acting very. They had a lot of arguments that she suspected, she was sure that he was cheating on her, that he had another woman.
Right. She was very upset and angry about her belief that he had an affair, right?
Yes.
And going back to this Sunday, Mr. Voigt, the
Yes.
Sunday before she died, you'd never seen Mark angry, violent, or yelling at Julie Jensen, right?
Yes.
You'd never seen him get that way with you, right?
Yes.
He had been a good neighbor and friend for 6 or 7 years, right?
Yes.
Sorry, I got an important
When
call
Julie
on my,
Jensen
on my
told
phone. Hang on
you
just 1 second.
about, I mean, at first you thought these allegations were crazy, right?
No.
When she
I
first
never
told
said
you?
that. No.
Oh, so when she said, "I'm fearful about my husband killing me," your first reaction was, "Well, I can understand that."
Oh, she never said that.
She never said she was fearful about him killing her?
Yes, she never said that in the beginning. Which time you want me to say it? 3 weeks, 4 weeks? I think so in the 3rd week before her death, she said that. But in the beginning, no, she never did.
So why didn't you go to Mark Jensen and say, "What's going on? Your wife is saying some very strange things."
I don't know. I wish I did. I didn't want to interfere with their life. I didn't know what, because like I said before to everyone, that Julie didn't believe herself what is going on. This is really he trying to do something to her, or she wants to drive her nuts. That's what she didn't know what's going on herself.
She told you
Yeah.
that she didn't want you to talk to Mark, right?
No, she didn't tell me that.
But she told you not to talk to anybody, right?
Yes.
She told you not to talk to the neighbors, right?
I think so. One of the neighbors, which she specifies, was Carrie Ashley across the street.
You just told me she didn't want you to tell the neighbors, right?
Yes.
You offered her thousands of dollars?
I offered her money.
You testified on direct to thousands of dollars, didn't
Yes,
you?
I did.
Is that true?
Yes, it's true.
You testified that she could go stay at your lake house, right?
Yes.
You offered her to go to the lake house, right?
Yes, I did.
You were willing to have her take her kids to your lake house, right?
Yes.
I have ears, AJ. I have ears.
She said, what you testified to is that she was worried about the kids, right?
Yes.
And you said, you of course can take the kids to the lake house, right?
No. What I said that I offer Mrs. Jensen the money and the lake house. We never talk about the kids at that time. I told her get the hell out of the house. That's what I did.
Well, what was the reason she said no?
The reason she said no, because she was afraid that if she's going to leave the house, Mark is going to take away the kids from her.
I thought
She will never see the kids again.
I thought when you had this conversation, she didn't say anything about the kids.
No. The conversation was if she will take the kids to the house, lake house.
So, during those 6 or 7 years you lived next door, Julie Jensen had a car, right?
Nothing yet from
She
Kelly,
did.
but I'm expecting
She
it
could
today.
come and go as she pleased, right?
Yes.
You saw her come and go every day, all day, right?
Yes, I did.
You were aware that she had a checkbook, right?
I wasn't aware of that.
That call was
She
actually
seemed
for
to go
Mrs. R.A.
handle
She's in
the-
a group
she
that
handled the
meets, and one of the
household
members of the
affairs
group is in the
when she
path
was
of
there?
that
I seen her
tornado.
going shopping, bringing the
So
groceries home.
that was just an update for her that way.
She never seemed to be wanting for money,
It's not a book
right?
club.
No.
Yeah, if that lake house offer is still up, I would do it as well, Jojo. If
Did you tell
if he's willing, I'll take the money
Detective
as well.
Rasberg on December 4th that you believe Mark was controlling?
Yes.
You can't identify one controlling thing he did during the relationship, can you?
Why not?
Mr. Voigt, what did you ever see Mark
Did he say
Jensen
why
do
not?
that was controlling?
I remember one of the things, Julie was on the front doing some gardening work, and she had a big phone hooked up to on the side of her pants right here. And I asked her, what do you do with it? Well, Mark bought this thing for me so he can call me every 5 minutes, 10 minutes, so he wants to know where I was, what I was doing.
That's what Julie Jensen told you, right?
Yes.
Did you hear the phone going off every 5 or 10 minutes?
Yes, I did.
Oh, you did? And Julie was talking
Not
to
maybe
Mark?
5:10, but it was half hour. Julie was talking on the phone, and again, Mark will call her.
And you think there's something wrong with a husband calling his wife on the phone?
Well, she was upset about it. She was very upset about it.
When was
Because
this?
if she went too far by the road, and the phone reception wouldn't reach, he will get upset. What were you?
When was this?
That was
It
the
was about 2
days of
years.
cordless telephones.
Before her death.
Okay.
Or a year before her death.
What else did he ever do that?
One of the things.
Mr. Boyd, hold on. Let me clarify my question. What did you ever see? Not what Julie told you. What did you ever see Mark Jensen do that was controlling?
Controlling, what I ever seen, that every time when Mark come home, the whole family always used to be outside. They were playing, they were doing stuff. When
Love this quote. We
Mark
use that.
pulled to the driveway, it's like everybody disappeared, out of the driveway, and they went inside the house, and we didn't see them again.
Could that have been dinner time?
No.
It wasn't dinner time?
I talked to Julie about it, and Julie told me that Mark wants to have his time with the family. It's his time after coming, from work. And a lot of times we ask, what are you guys doing tonight, or what's happening later? She said, well, I don't know, nothing to Mark. She wouldn't make a decision, a statement, till she first talked to the Mark. And that's what made me that he is so controlling.
Sir, were you asked the following question, and did you give the following answer when you testified on July 5th, 2007, page 54, line 7? Question. My question is, did you ever hear or see him meaning Mr. Jensen, do anything controlling with Julie? Answer, no.
Objection. This is not inconsistent with the witness's testimony, Your Honor.
Overruled. Did you give that answer?
Yes.
Question, and that was before September 1, 1998, and that was after September 1,
Different judge.
1998, correct?
Same
Answer,
area, though.
Yes.
Yes.
The judge here, so the judge in the video, I don't know who this guy is.
This information you have all came from Julie, right?
Yes.
You didn't know if what she was telling you
So it's the
about
Rittenhouse
Mark's
judge
wants and desires was true?
in the video,
correct?
but not in the courtroom today.
I believe her.
I think that's what we're saying.
I didn't ask you that. You didn't know whether it was true.
I didn't know.
She frequently was complaining about the marriage.
Yes, she did.
Did you hear Mark bad-mouthing the marriage?
A few times.
A few times over 6 or 7 years?
I think it's just that summer we had a few conversations about it. I mean, they had the normal things, nothing crazy.
Man.
They always complain about her cooking or some other stuff.
They always complain about her cooking. I thought she loved to bake. No, this is not the affair guy. This was the neighbor that I think she gave the letter to, the letter that's not supposed to be admitted in this trial. The whole reason we have a retrial. But this
The only
is
time you
video
really
from
saw
the
him
first trial.
upset was at one time in the garage, correct?
Yeah, that's the time I remember at the moment.
You never heard, for example, Mark Jensen demanding that Julie get a job, right?
He told me once.
That he would like Julie to work?
Yes.
Did you ever hear him demanding that?
No.
You never heard him talking to Julie about that, right?
Correct.
You never heard him insisting that Douglas be in daycare all day, right?
Right.
Did you understand Julie Jensen's family to live in Kenosha, that she had family there?
Yes, she did mention.
She had a brother that lived in town?
Yes.
You never met him prior to Julie's death, did you?
Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I don't remember.
You have no memory of ever meeting her brother who lived in Kenosha prior to her death, true?
Sure.
You have no memory of ever seeing her brother at her home during those years, right?
Yes.
That's correct?
Correct.
You did see Mr. Jensen's sister at the house from time to time, correct?
Yes, I did.
You saw his parents at the house from time to time?
Yes.
In this very first conversation that you had with Mrs. Jensen, she said she believed her husband was having an affair.
Yes.
Did she say anything other than the trips to Chicago as to the reason why she believed that?
No, She said his behave. She said that they argue and they argue like a normal family, but for the past few weeks, those arguments will be 3-4 times, very tense argument in the morning and the evening every time.
The coffer is Alfred Hitchcock.
And that's what she mentioned.
He's a special prosecutor in this one.
Started when he's got his new job.
He's doing the trial here currently as well as in this old one.
Fair to say during this first conversation with you, she was miserable?
I don't know how to describe miserable, but she was crying. She was upset. She was disappointed. She was, she didn't look good.
I've heard the two sons may testify
miserable?
in his defense, but I'm not sure.
Maybe she was.
You recall testifying to that at the preliminary hearing? Page 9, line 4?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Maybe she was miserable.
Ryan Holyall deserves
Well, that's what you
every
saw,
one of those
somebody
million
was
subscribers. He
miserable,
does
right?
great work on the internet.
Yeah.
YouTube's Weatherman. Except for Weather Watch is also good. Yes, Alfred. We named him
Julie
Alfred
told you
Hitchcock.
that she suspected Mark was doing something on the computer.
Yes, she did.
Andy Kaufman.
She said she was vacuuming one day,
Yes.
right? And that's the time that she said she saw something on the computer, right?
Yeah, she
Well-
described it to me.
I'm sorry, I interrupted. Maybe you weren't. Go on. That's the time she described seeing the computer, right?
Yes.
And what she said to you was that Mark was in the room that had the computer in it, right?
Yes.
And you've been in the Jensen home. You knew which room that was, right?
Yes.
And that the door was 3/4 of the way closed, right?
Yes, that's what she described.
And as she was vacuuming with the door 3/4 of the way closed, she said she could see the screen of the computer,
Yes.
right? And so she was standing there to see what he was looking at, right?
Yes.
And is this when she described seeing
Yeah.
websites about poisoning?
Yes.
And she claimed he was looking at sites on poisoning when she looked through the door.
Yeah, that's what she said.
And then as he was sitting there and noticed her, he reached over with his foot and shut the door.
Exactly correct. That's how she described it to me.
She also told you that Mark Jensen left the computer on,
Yes.
right? With what kind of information on the
There was
screen?
some poison sites or something, she was telling me.
And she saw it then.
Yes.
This witness is getting his money's worth out of that chair. Tater Tot, good to see you're safe. I know we have a couple people near those
Mr. Boyd,
crazy storms.
I'll show you a photograph. It's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 132. Do you recognize that as the office in which the Jensen computer was?
That's not his office, I don't think so.
That's not his office, I don't think so.
I don't think so. Maybe bedroom right desk used to be sitting on this side. That what I remember when I went there with him.
Excuse me, I didn't see where he was playing.
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't either. I don't know if that's helpful.
Well,
let me.
later, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, Counsel.
Mr. Boyd,
Yes.
you do not recognize this as the office where the computer was?
No.
If the police took this photograph on the day of Julie Jensen's death, this isn't what you remembered ever seeing.
I don't remember. I remember actually the office, I think so, after Julie's death, because I went to Mark's house, because he was doing some trading for me on the computer. And I remember when I was sitting, where was his desk? That I remember. That was after Julie did. This I do not remember. I know where the room is.
Hold on. Okay. You don't recognize this photograph.
I don't.
You don't know what this is.
Only thing I recognize from this room is the doors, the shades in his rooms, but and I know which room is it. The first room when you walk into his house, on the left side, first door. You go through the hallway.
Is it your claim there was no computer in this room?
They can be subpoenaed.
In the picture,
Yeah.
but I never seen in this room computer before. I wasn't going to their house like every day, but I don't remember. I'm telling you what Julie described it to me, how she was doing, what she was doing, and how the event happened.
Pictures coming back. Sorry.
I can't. I'm just trying to find out if you recognize this picture. It sounds like you
Nope.
don't. Okay.
Yellow. Hunter, would you give a time marker?
Sure.
Thanks.
Is that like a Blue Diamond? What's the brand of water bottle? Can somebody... Somebody see that?
Julie indicated to you that she was concerned that if she left Mark, she wouldn't get the kids.
Yes.
She was concerned that she would be viewed as unstable.
Like Arrowhead?
What she told me, she will be viewed as an unfit mother. That's what he repeated her a lot of times.
Did she say why she was worried that other people would view her as an unfit mother?
No, she never said that the other people. She said the Mark.
During the conversation, did you press Julie on that? Did you say anything?
No, I never pressed
Mr.
Julie.
Boyd, you have to let me finish my question.
Go ahead.
During these conversations, did you say anything to Julie Jensen about other people would make the decision, not Mark? About what happened with the kids?
Never did.
She was worried that other people might believe that she was losing her mind. She expressed that.
I don't remember that.
For what period of time did Julie... There was a period of time in which Julie was expressing to you that she wasn't eating anything, right?
Yes.
When did she say that?
I think so. She got like sick about 2 to 3 weeks before her death.
Mr. Voigt, you indicated on direct, and you were just suggesting it now, that 2 weeks before her death, she said she got sick. Is it 2 weeks? 2 or 3 weeks? What is it?
He struggles with dates.
Between 2 and 3.
I just want to know what the truth is, Mr. Voigt.
It's not. Remember, this was 9 years ago. I'm telling the best of my knowledge. That's what I remember, and that's what I remember. It was 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay. And it is 9 years ago. It's a long time, right? You gave statements to Mr. Detective Ratsberg, the day after, on December 4th, right?
Yes.
And things were much fresher in your mind then, right?
Yes.
And you were suspicious when you talked to Detective Ratsberg on December 4th, right? You're suspicious about Mark Jensen?
I wasn't suspicious. I just said it, and Mark did it. Mark poisoned him.
I was suspicious.
You were
I knew it.
suspicious on December 4th, right?
Objection. The question's been asked and answered.
He volunteered something that wasn't direct.
The objection's overruled.
You were suspicious, right, on December 4th, yes or no?
Yes.
And so you knew it was an important statement you were giving to Detective Ratsburg.
Yes.
And you told him everything you could remember that was important, right?
Yes, I did.
He wrote down the information, right?
Yes, he did.
And you signed a statement, correct?
Yes.
You testified at a preliminary hearing in this case, correct?
Yes.
That was back in 2002.
Yes.
You testified to everything you could remember that you were asked about, right?
Yes.
After the preliminary hearing in July of 2002, a typewritten statement was prepared for you that you signed, correct?
Yes.
You signed that statement, true?
Yes, I signed whatever they gave me. Yes, I did.
And that also was as complete as you could make it in July 2002, right?
Well, I don't know if I can answer that, but, you know.
I don't know what they're chasing here.
And the first statement.
Well, I'm not asking about the first statement right now, sir. Did you try to give as much information as you could in that July 2002 statement to the
I was
Detective
saying
Ratsburg?
everything what I knew at the time. And what they asked me.
And then you testified in
It
July
took 3 years to determine cause of death.
2007, right?
So it's,
Yes, I did.
that's part of the
And
delay.
prior to that testimony, you spoke with Mr. Jamboys, right?
Yes, I did.
You went over everything you knew, right?
I don't know if everything, but whatever they asked me. They asked me the question, I answered the question, to my best knowledge.
It was just very slow. This case proceeded very slowly. He wasn't charged until 3 years after her death. So then that case played out and on its extended time frame. He was found guilty and went to jail, and then the time it takes
at
to
no
appeal,
time
and now we're doing it again.
During
So
that
that
statement
counts
to
for the
Detective
20 some odd
Ratsburg,
years.
December 4th, 1998, during the written statement that you gave in July 2002, during your preliminary hearing testimony in 2002, or during your testimony in July 2007, did you ever say anything about Julie telling you that she got sick and vomited 2 or 3 weeks before her death, right?
I did say that.
In
I
which
did say
statement?
I think so on the first statement. In the first statement, I did say a lot of things. Mr. Ratsburg was in our house for over 2 hours.
Peak water, not to be confused with the peak antifreeze. Oh man, you guys are great. And Pete Leonard, thanks for the tip about the brand as far as what you think the water brand is. Thank you.
Julie ever tell you that she had been treated for depression?
No, she never did.
Did she tell you why she went to the doctor on December 1st?
No, she never did.
Did she tell you why Mark wanted her to go to the doctor?
No, she just was telling the Mark wanted her to go to the doctor for the past few weeks.
You told Julie Jensen at some point that maybe she should call police, right?
I think so, I did. And her answer was that she's been already talking to the police.
She told you she called Officer Cosman and left a voicemail, right?
Yes, I think that she called the police department and he wasn't there.
Mr.
And that's
Boyd?
what she- Yeah.
Did she tell you that she called and left a voicemail for Officer Cosman?
Yes.
She said that Officer Cosman wouldn't be back for several days, right?
He'd be back like on Monday or something.
She said that she left a message for Mr. Cosman even though she feared not living through the weekend, right?
Yes, I think so.
And around the same time, she gave this film to your wife, right?
Yes.
Undeveloped film, right?
That you have to talk to my wife.
Were you home when Julie came over and retrieved the film?
No.
But Julie told you that at some point she came over to your house and got that film from your wife and brought it back to Officer Cosman, right?
CG.
No, she didn't.
Are you talking about
Julie
Mark?
never told you about that?
The mistress? Because he did marry her
My wife
and,
did,
and they get divorced.
And you say that Officer Cosman
but she's still
came
going to
back
testify in
with
this
the
trial.
developed photos. That's what Julie told you, right?
Yes.
So he came back a second time, right?
Yes.
So Julie told you you'd been there a first time when she gave him the photos, and then came back the second time when they were already developed, right?
Yes.
Officer Cosman, you saw him talking to Julie Jensen
Yes, I did.
when he came back with those developed photos, right?
Yes.
It's your testimony that you saw him do the twirl around the ear to suggest
No, she did it.
She did that.
She did it as she was approaching me.
To suggest that Officer Cosman was saying
Yeah,
she was crazy.
Yeah, she was crazy. What do you want me to see? That's exactly what she said. What do you want me to see it? I didn't see anything, you know. And then she said he thinks I'm crazy. That's what she told me.
You said it was because the photos were blurry?
No, she didn't say it because he told her I couldn't see anything on the photo. What do you want me to see?
Didn't you say something on direct examination about being a problem with the photos, that they're overexposed, or that there was some problem with
Yeah, there was
something?
something. There was she mentioned one that she took. I don't know how many films. There was about the flash or something when she was taking the computer screen or something. So.
Did you ever see any such photo?
No, I never did.
You have no personal knowledge whether she ever took such a photo, right?
Only I did see in those rolls of films in my house.
But you have no specific information as to what she took photos of, right?
No.
Did you ever go to Julie Jensen's house to look at the computer?
No, didn't.
Did she ever show you the computer?
No.
Did she ever try to show you any of these syringes that supposedly exist?
No.
Did she ever try to show you any of Mark's notes?
No.
All the information about the marital problems and everything else, that all came from Julie, right?
And some of it came from Mark.
Well, you weren't talking to Mark in the fall of 1998, right?
I think so. I did once. One day I told you they had a big argument about going that vacation trip. And Julie didn't want to go. And she gave me why she didn't want to go. And he was upset that she didn't want to go. And
it's Julie that was giving you the information about the marriage, right? She talked to you dozens of times about the marriage, right?
Yes, she did.
Dozens of times, right?
Yes.
Mark maybe talked to you once, right?
Yes, I would say yes.
And Mark's concern was that they didn't go on some trip that he wanted to go on with his wife, right?
Yes.
He does have a better defense this time, I think, as far as how effective they are. Not sure if he's going to get off or not.
She rejected all of your offers of assistance, true?
Yes, she did.
That first day when you saw Julie Jensen outside, she was outside, right?
Yes.
She was on her porch.
On the front porch, yes.
By herself.
By herself.
In the month of October, right?
Yep.
She knew what time you left for work each day, right?
Yeah.
You'd either leave before rush hour or right after what you considered rush hour, right?
I used to leave around 9:15, no later than 9:30.
She was aware of that from being your neighbor for 6 or 7 years?
I really don't know if she was aware of that. And I know one thing, that me and Mark used to leave like whether to 9
Judge,
or
this is
8.
beyond the scope of the question.
You ask another question.
I love that DMB is doing the the trivia pursuit
Are you
questions
saying
on
she
chat.
wasn't aware of what time you left each day?
Because I used to go different times every day. Sometimes I will go this time, sometimes I will leave 5 in the morning.
Random words, I haven't heard any of that
Sometimes
evidence.
I'll leave at 11. Depends on which occasion I used to do work.
Everything is that he's been a good dad, and if anything, that she was worried about the kids being taken away from her.
Julie,
not worried about the kids.
was there any particular reason that you could ascertain as to why Julie would be crying outside, or did she tell you why she was crying outside?
That Mark just left to work. They had a big argument, and she was just sitting out there. I don't know why she was sitting out there. I didn't see the argument. I just saw Julie sit spread in the front of the railing and crying.
But guess what I'm inquiring, Mr. Boyd, is she could have been doing this crying inside, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overall.
I don't know. How could I know?
Well, Mark wasn't inside, right?
I really don't know. I'm telling you what I see.
Well, you just told me that you saw that Mark had just left.
No, I never said that.
You said that they had an
What
argument.
Julie told me. I didn't see Mark leave.
He's checking the.
Julie told you Mark
transcript.
had gone to work, correct?
Yes, correct.
I think that's his job. He tests swivel chairs full time.
She wasn't lying. She didn't say she was locked out of that house, right?
No, she never mentioned a word about it.
She seemed to want to get your attention. Would that be fair to say?
No,
You don't believe that was the case?
I don't believe it, because when I approached her, she didn't want to even talk to me.
Well, she protested for a little while, and then she did talk to you, correct?
Yes, she did, later.
You talked to her almost daily after that, right?
Yes, I did talk to her daily, sometimes twice. Yes, sometimes
She
even
seemed-
more.
She seemed to be outside quite often when you were either going to work or coming home from work, fair to say?
Well, that's what I said before, that I kind of noticed that sometimes I felt like she was waiting for me to say something.
And she seemed to be waiting outside for you, right?
Outside, yes.
And she seemed to know when would be a good time to try to wait for you outside, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation on the part of this witness. And how long is this going to go on? This is.
I object to the speaking.
This is-
I object to
Just please.
Object his objection.
The objection's overruled.
Objection's overruled. Good job, Judge.
Remember the question?
Yeah, repeat the question, please.
Have that read back, please.
Question, and she seemed to know when would be a good time to try to wait for you outside, right?
No.
Did Julie express any anger about this affair to you? That she suspected Mark of having?
Well, she was upset about it, yes, she was.
Did she express anger?
No, she didn't. I don't know how you express it, but she never swear or call him names or anything. No, she was just, she was very upset about it. She wasn't that much upset that he's having an affair, that she just suspect him that he's having an affair. I mean, she never say bad thing about Mark.
Hey, Richard,
at
I
that
think
time
it's
at that moment.
Plantronics.
She just was suspecting him.
Well, she was saying
I was looking
bad
at that
things
yesterday.
about him wanting her to work and things like that, right?
No, it wasn't a bad thing. She's like, he's pushing me. He forcing me to go get a job. He forcing me to leave the Douglas. And the Douglas was her life. The kids, she loved to stay home with the kids. And they had some kind of agreement that she do this and she can stay home.
That guy, thank you for the gifted membership. And Franco, you are the recipient. You have that guy to thank.
During this
Thank you, both of you.
first,
Appreciate it.
Statement to Detective Ratsburg, you had nothing to say about any high five, true?
No, I don't think so. I don't remember.
You don't think what?
I don't remember.
Objection, Your Honor. It's improper cross-examination. Anyway, the absence of an entry in a prior statement does not constitute a prior inconsistent statement.
That a statement which one would think would be stated in a prior statement and is not stated can be of benefit to the finder of fact. The objection's overruled.
Voigt, let me show you Defendant's Exhibit 133.
Excuse me, counsel, what is that?
That's the handwritten statement from December 4th.
Excuse me, counsel, what is it?
Is that, in fact, what that is the
They're angry.
statement that Detective Bratsburg wrote out for you based on your
Yes, that's
interview
just,
based on your interview on December 4th?
The allegation is that he high-fived his
that's the
dad.
statement, yes.
That was the day after Julie Jensen's death?
Yes.
He was, I believe, in the courtroom.
Nowhere in that statement do you say anything about Julie Jensen getting sick and vomiting 2 to 3 weeks before her death, true?
In the statement, yes. No, there's nothing on the he put it there.
There's no statement in which you ever said anything about vomiting, right?
Like I said, I made this testimony. It was over 2 hours testimony. There's a lot of stuff where I talk about it. It's not in it. If this is 2 hours, what I was saying to my wife, it's wrong. There's more stuff, more detail. But at that point, I know Mr. Radsberg pointed to us that Julie Jensen wasn't poisoned. So it's like there's no suspicious or nothing. This happened. We were all surprised with what happened. We didn't know it was going to happen that soon.
Mr. Voigt, is the answer you did not put?
Miss Chris.
Correct. You did not put anything.
Thank you for
about
gifting
vomiting
membership.
and her getting sick in that statement, correct?
There's nothing in it.
North
There's
American
nothing in
girl,
any
congratulations.
statement you've given prior to today, right?
It's possible.
And there's nothing in any testimony you've given prior to today, right?
Right.
And now it's 9 years later, and this is the first time in any court or any law enforcement statement that you've said anything about her vomiting and being sick, true?
Well, there was one statement. I talked to someone that Julie was sick and she was afraid to eat anything in the house. And she went to the local store, advised to go get the food. And she actually, I think she did. There was one previous testimony. I don't know which one. I did talk to her about it.
Well, you've stated that Julie did not want to eat any food in the house, right?
At some point, yes.
Right. I mean, that's what you're testifying to today. Julie did not want to eat any food in the house.
There was.
Mr. Boyd.
It was about 2 weeks before that.
Is that correct? Julie told you she did not want to eat any food in the house.
At that time.
I will say,
at that time.
Let me turn him down just for a minute.
In late November of 1998.
This witness is trying to help the prosecution. He does not want to say anything that will help the defense, and so he's forming his answers in a way that is trying to be least helpful, but at the same time, he's also the imprecision of his answers and how he's changing it is getting him in trouble. He should just answer the questions, just straightforward answer the questions. Even if there's more that he wants to explain and he can't, they'll get it on the redirect. But the approach he's taking is actually drawing this process out and making it longer, and it's increasing the frustration on the defense side as well. Front row's getting a little snug. Roxanne still has a working VHS player.
And you told her, if
That's
you're
awesome.
scared to eat anything in the house, go to White Hen?
Yes.
And that's what she did. She went to White Hen to get food.
I think she did, because she said she went and got a sandwich or something. Because I remember she was shaking and crying, and she said, I didn't eat nothing for 2 days. Because she was scared to eat anything in the house.
Right.
And I'm sure this is in one of my statements, 100%.
And what she said is she was scared to eat anything in the house,
Yes.
right? That's why she went to White Hen, true?
At that time, like I said, that 2 weeks before.
Miss Chris,
And that's why she
you're
went
awesome.
to White Hen, right?
I think I
Yeah,
found
that's why
enough
she went
couch
to White
change
Hen.
for another membership gift. Be right back, rolling the pennies.
And that statement, you also don't say anything about a high five, true?
Yes,
Yeah, White Hen, I
That
think
is
that's a
true.
restaurant.
it's true.
It's probably
And you
like
didn't say
a
that in your statement in 2002, correct?
family run. That doesn't sound like a chain.
I mentioned that stuff before in the meeting with Mr. Jambord. I mentioned with Mr. Ransford.
Is there any written statement anywhere?
No, it isn't.
That wasn't something that you ever testified to until this year, right?
No, like I repeat myself again, it's not in
Okay,
the
now you guys
statement, but I did said it before.
Your awesomeness is just raining down. Miss Chris
I don't
comes
know
in
why
with
it
another
isn't in it, but I
gifted
did say
membership.
It's not in any statement or
And Susan McElroy
Testimony.
got that one. And then that guy comes in with 5 more.
Yes, that's where it first
And it looks
got
like
recorded.
Coffee Cake, Mary Kay,
That
Jill
was 9
Klein,
years after the fact.
Yes.
True?
True.
Frenchie, and Brody Broomfield were gifted memberships by that guy. Congratulations and thank you, both of you, Miss Chris and that guy, for your support on the channel. You're amazing. I think he's a good witness. I think he's being truthful. Well,
No, she never did.
video's cutting out a little bit here. So when you jiggled the HDMI cord. We want all the members. We've got a lot of members here. It's amazing.
That's all I have.
Okay, we might be done. Let's see if there's any redirect on this one.
And redirect?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. Nope. We're not done. Just hoping we can get back to current
Did Julie
videos
tell you
instead of
why
old
she
stuff.
didn't want to go on the trip, that Mark was upset that she wouldn't go on?
Oh, yes, she did.
What did she tell you?
Her side of the story was, well, when she find out our Mark plans on this trip, that he made the plans, I think, with a couple other people from his work and his wife, that he already arranged.
YouTube just decides where they go, Tamla. Just keep showing up and it may happen.
Babysitter, some strange person. She was really upset about it. And that's what she said. And that's what they go from bar to bar. They go to the strip clubs, all this other thing to 3 in the morning. I'm not into it. I'm not going to do it. This is not my type of vacation with the kids.
Also, Nancy, you're asking about the retrial. Do I think this is a good witness for the retrial? Yes. I think
you
it's
had
important.
been in the Jensen residence, or had you been in the Jensen residence in the, say, 3 or 4 or 5 months before Julie died?
Yes, I've been.
He had a lot of direct interaction with Julie
Do you recall
and with
today
Mark,
ever
so I think he's a
seeing
good
the
witness.
computer in the Jensen residence
I don't know why he's
before
not
in the months
Yeah, I think so. We did.
available
because
to be here live.
We did some work.
He might be
with
dead.
Jensen.
I don't know.
So the whole play was kind of mess and everything. But
Now, did you know which room the computer was in?
yes,
Which room was the computer in?
it was the first room on the left when you walk into the front door.
So Norma, so it is a chain restaurant based out of Illinois. White Hand. I'm not familiar with it. We might have to peruse their menu if they're still around and see what they sell.
So directing your attention to Defense Exhibit 132, the photograph here. Can you tell us whether or not that is the room that is depicted in that photograph?
I'm really not positive if this is the room. If this is the room, I know that I remember the carpet in this room because they changed the rest of the house was blue. The green was in Mark's room, his office when we did the work for him.
So that color, that carpeting is the same
Yes.
color. What was it about the room that caused you to believe that it was Mark's room?
And I object to his knowledge about the subject.
Room.
So tell us what you know
I
about the room.
object to his knowledge.
At least insofar as it caused you to believe it was Mark's room.
Well, first of all, it's a green carpet. I remember when Mark and Julie asked me about the carpet guy to install carpet in their house.
Okay.
And I suggested somebody from Chicago, one of my installers. They came
So
out
are we
and
going to adjust subject matter jurisdiction?
They picked the carpet, they did
Thanks,
it for
Abe.
them. And one of the
It's a
things
convenience
was very,
store. Thank you, Coffee
when
Cake,
they were
Franco.
installing the carpet, Mark room
Yeah,
was
Tracy.
green. The middle of the room, their den was blue. And Julie looked at the carpet and she wasn't sure if that was the color was Mark wanted. And she was really kind of scared, afraid, you know. And she called Mark, and Mark like show up in, I would say, in a half hour to determine. And that's what kind of stuck with me. That green carpet, I'm sure that's the first room on the left is his office.
So the first
Tag
room
and
on the
Christie.
left, as you're going down the hallway?
Yeah, going to the
continuing
hallway,
this
you
trend,
go
trying to
front
get
door,
everyone to be a member.
Turn to the left. There's,
Tag comes in with 5
the
gifted
first room on
memberships,
the
and
left
Christy comes in
side,
with another.
That's his office.
Tracy, always on go. Heidi,
And
Stephanie,
when you saw a
Kitty
computer in
Cat,
that
and
house,
Abe.
which room was it in?
Congratulations. I think Abe got the one from Christy, and the others
No,
came
I'm
from
sorry,
Tag.
what was the answer?
Thank you so much, both of you, for your
That's the
support.
room
And
in the
congratulations to the winners, the big winners.
Exhibit G132 again. Do you recognize anything in that photograph?
You guys are amazing.
Wood shades, that's the only thing I recognize. I do not recognize how the furniture was set up. I do recognize the later setup of the room, but at that, no. I do
You
not.
say that you recognize the later setup in the room?
Yeah, because I was there later after Julie's death.
Oh, and so you say you were on
The whole
after Julie's
the whole
death.
top of my
Yes.
screen is turning green with all your
And you look
gifted
like this room
subs.
is a
Wait
different
for
room.
it gifts membership as
No,
well as
it's
Miss
the
Chris.
same room, but different layout.
Random
because
Words and
the
Jay
computer was
Hughes.
sitting right on the left.
Congratulations.
If I remember correctly, there was a desk.
We're gonna need a bigger
The
front
computer
row.
was sitting right here on this side.
Was the computer sitting in a place where it's closer to the door or in about the same distance from the door that
It's
is
about
depicted
the
there?
same.
That
A little
guy.
bit closer.
You did. Thank you so much.
Do you recognize the furniture at all?
No.
That was a bad cough.
Because
Miss
like I
Chris.
said, when we worked there, when I was
Found the
there,
money in husband's underwear
it
drawer.
was, quite a bit of chaos when they were putting hardwood floors, they replaced the carpet, so everything was a mess.
This, no joke, Abe. This really is. This is
Now,
an amazing community.
And to get back to
It's family.
your
It's friends.
impressions or
It's
possible
it's
or
everybody
alleged
you
impressions
would hang
about
out with in
who
real
or
life.
who
Had
was
you
not
bump
controlling
shoulders.
that relationship.
It's awesome to be part of this. Thank you so much,
Do you
everyone.
remember seeing some episodes where Julie was apparently trying to do something that she was supposed to do in order to please Mark, or because Mark expected her to do it?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
There was
Give us some examples of that.
oh, Julie used to always complain because when Mark would leave to work, laugh about it. It was a daily thing that she would have a list of chores to do, and he will expect her to do it. She will.
Tracy's like, hey,
She will
I
have
can
to
do
get,
that too.
go
Tracy
to
Ann's
the
our
work,
gifts
up
of
his
membership,
car,
and
pay for
let's
oil
see who it
change.
went to.
Bring it back. In the meantime, do all her other chores. cut
Kay
the grass.
Hodgson.
One of the
Congratulations.
times I
Thank you,
remember when
Tracy.
She was sitting
Thank
in
you
the
so much.
back, and she couldn't start her lawnmowers, and she was crying, and I came out and I helped her, and she was like, all upset and everything. I have to do this. because
Tracy
Mark
says, "Pay it
expected me
forward."
to do that every time she
Tracy,
gets home.
I really appreciate you.
one
Nobody
day I
has to
remember she was
support the
backing
channel.
up
You
the
don't have
boat.
to pay or be a member to participate. Just being here is enough.
Okay, well, tell me about the time that she was backing up
I'm
the boat.
so grateful for all those who
The same
do
thing,
support
it's
the
like
channel
she was very
financially,
upset,
but
"Well,
just
I'm
you
doing
being
this,
here
it's
every day
difficult.
for being
I have
awesome
to
in
go
chat,
to the
for
Jolene's
just
before service,
welcoming the
anything
people
like
that come in and
that.
stopping in and answering questions. That's what
he
makes
wants
this place
his
so
boat
amazing.
ready, but
But thank you so much, Tracy.
Dwight,
Your
I think the
contribution
question
is
on the
very
table
generous. I
related
appreciate it.
to a time when there was a deck being constructed in the backyard of the Jensen residence. Can you tell the jury about your recollection of that episode?
Yeah, it was during the construction. I think so. As soon as we finished the construction of the house, we were building, my crew, on the back of the house, the garage. And at the same time, Julie Jensen
Abe, you were a viewer.
was
Okay, I won't remember that, but thanks for telling me.
working on her side of a yard, on the backyard, taking apart existing, I think so, patio around the swimming pool.
And what condition was she in at the time?
Stephanie, congratulations
Well,
in
that was
advance.
a fine thing. She was
Do
pregnant.
with a baby boy in 5 days, and just like that.
The workers, I remember they were just kind of laughing about
He
it.
says pregnant on the video.
She was-
We're talking about you having a baby boy. Congratulations
She
in
was sitting in
advance.
the
We're
backyard
super excited for you.
with a hammer, pulling out nails from usable lumber she took apart, and she was flipping. She didn't have enough power. She was falling down. She was upset. She was nervous. She cried.
And did she indicate to you why she was doing this at this time?
Yes, she did.
What did she tell you?
She said that that's what Marx want her to do. That's what she have to contribute to the house. That was one of the things she have to do it. He told her to do it.
And your recollection is she was how far along in her pregnancy at that time?
Well, she was.
Thank you,
I don't
Ann.
know how far was she.
Thank
but
you, that guy.
You will know that
Marcy,
she was pregnant.
thank you
And-
for becoming a new member
and her
yourself.
struggle,
Welcome to the
what she
gallery.
was doing.
You guys are amazing.
And she was very upset about it.
Now, tell me about the episode, insofar as you can remember it, when Julie's father came to visit the Jensen household.
Yeah, I think that was fall. The year before, I think so. Same year or Julie died, or a year
Marriage.
before,
The marriage to the mistress was
wasn't
fairly
that
short.
that,
I think.
he
I think
was
it
in the
ended.
front with,
Well,
they had a
he
dog,
went to jail
you know,
basically when he
Mickey
got
or Mickey,
convicted.
And her father was taking.
But she did get the kids. Like the sons went with
Julie
her,
introduced him.
which is interesting because they they weren't blood relatives.
That's her father, and then she told me later that he's got the cancer. He's gonna die like in weeks, and that was I think so one of the days. And the second day, we had another conversation, and she told me that Mark wants her father move out of the house.
We'll follow your case, that guy. Thank you so much. Your generosity is above and beyond
and this was like the second day.
I would expect from anyone. You're amazing. Thank you so
tell
much.
Tell the father, take him someplace to a hotel. He didn't want him in the house.
And did you have any further? Did you have any conversation with Mark Jensen about that? Did Mark Jensen ever say anything to you about that?
No.
So that's the conversation was between you and Julie.
Yeah.
And did the father stay in the house or did he leave?
He leave.
And how much time after was that second conversation with Julie that Mark's father or that Julie's father had to leave?
Yes. Second wife testified in first trial and will testify again. That's my understanding.
Thank you. No further questions.
Sharon, thanks for being here. This is a good group. Hopefully we can get through this video and get back to real live
This
trial.
thing about the deck. When was that?
I know my house was constructed at the time. I don't think so. I know she was pregnant with Douglas, with the younger son at the time. I don't know what year was it, and I was building the garage in the back.
Yes, it could be shorter, Myra.
4 or 5
I
different
doubt it, though.
properties.
Generally, they tend to
When were you building the
grow
garage
instead of
in the back?
shrink.
That's why I said
For it to be shorter, you'd have to have
92
witnesses that weren't available or
You built that right after you finished your house.
Yes.
something that was unplanned to
92 or
happen,
93.
like him deciding
And,
to plead guilty halfway
what
through.
What time of year was this?
I don't remember. I really don't remember.
He's
I know
like, this guy's so
I know
done
it's gotta be
testifying. It's like,
summer
I give
or-
up.
or
Quit asking
fall
me when things happen.
because everything was green at that time. Because I remember her outside, just falling, sitting there, and especially these guys had the lunch, they were just making joke about it.
So you think maybe it was like August or something like that?
It's possible. I really cannot tell you what time it was, what month it was.
Was this a patio or a deck?
There was a deck around the swimming pool area what they have.
Uh-oh, I'm having some trouble on my end. Are you guys seeing any
She
buffering?
was, if I remember correct, she was doing all these railings all the way around it, all around the patio. She was pulling the nails from the old pickers. and
She was,
everything.
she was pretty far along in this pregnancy?
She was at that moment, she was cleaning up all old nails from the usable material.
Okay,
I said she was pretty far along. In
we're
this
approaching the
pregnancy?
buffer point.
Well, I told you, I'm not an expert, but I see her pregnant. She was pregnant pretty far.
This is just a couple months before she gave birth to Douglas?
I really don't remember. I really don't remember.
So your best guess is August of 1992 or 1993. If it was late summer, does that help you determine if it was
No,
92
I
or
said
93?
is, no, I cannot commit to the date or month. I know it's, if I can go back to my, maybe my statements or my workers when I paid them or something, I can probably dig it up about what time and when we built this garage, and I can be positive. But it was summer for sure, because I remember she was in the back, it was everything green, she was on the lawn, she was,
They were using the pool?
I don't remember.
But did you?
I don't think so, no, they did not use the pool at the time. We didn't see it. It's, and then again, at that time, we didn't live there. I don't think so, we lived there.
Pardon
I
me?
know.
What did you say?
I don't think so that time that we lived there, like full time.
That you weren't living there full
Yeah.
time? When did you begin living there full time?
I think so it was 92 or I just, because I don't recall my wife being there at the time.
Okay, so you think it was before you moved in
Yeah.
full time in 92?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And I know she was pregnant. I know, and then some of the workers, they went and helped her doing some work.
We do need a new witness.
Remember, we let her use Peslow nail gun. We teach her how to use it, so she could kind of surprise Mark how much she done that day more than he expect her.
Was she showing
Surprise
a lot?
Mark with a nail gun?
When you're talking about
Yeah.
pregnant? I mean, she was big?
Yeah, because I remember when she was sitting on the board trying to pull the nail, she was just flipping over because she was pretty excited.
Because her stomach was so
Yeah,
big?
yeah.
Do you know what her son Douglas's date of birth is?
No, I don't.
Why would
Do
you
you
know
know
that?
whether it's March 12th, 1995?
I really don't know. I know she was pregnant at the time.
Yeah, any minute now, that's going to say 49 hours because it's like counting up how long this thing has lasted.
I wanted to ask you,
Samantha, true confessions.
the last time you spoke
glad
with
you're
Julie
back.
was Sunday or Monday?
I think so. I did briefly talk to her on Monday.
And on Tuesday is the day that you, that your wife spoke with
That's what I was
Julie?
thinking, Abe.
I think so she did.
I'm sorry, which?
I think so she did. You have to
Which
ask
day?
her.
I'm sorry.
Don't drink it, Samantha. Don't
I
drink
think
it.
so she did.
I know, I'm asking which day she spoke with Julie.
I really don't know.
Well, your wife had told you about one day that week where she'd spoken to Julie, right?
Yes, she did. She told me there was, I think so. One time she told me Julie
Lindsay,
came
good to have
the
you back as
house.
well. I don't have a problem with you guys going somewhere else. I love that you bring whatever you find or hear about it somewhere else, bring it back here and talk about it. I think this is probably the friendliest place on the
I think
internet.
so was Wednesday she called.
Hi, Mark. Look at my new nail gun.
She.
The telephone call is Wednesday?
I think so. It's Wednesday was.
All right. And the
This
same day,
is a great
the same
comment,
day as
DMB.
the telephone call is the day that you saw Mr. Jensen leaving around 9 or 9:15.
I think so. It was next day. I didn't see him leaving. I saw him walking from his car.
He's got
to
to
his
tell.
house.
Mac has discovered this poker player's tell. He only answers when he rotates to the right. If you could time
That's
the
day
questions
Julie
right.
died. I did see him walking. I can describe how he was dressed. And that's
Samantha's
what
like,
kind
I
of
could name
surprised
names.
me that he wouldn't even hide or nothing.
Well, was that sometime when he was coming in or sometime when he was leaving, Mr. Voigt?
So, Lindsay, you got
I think he
spotted
was
and
coming
immediately
in.
ran
I
back.
think so. I don't know. I just, like
It's
I
good to
said,
have you
I
back.
saw him going from the car to the house. I don't know what he was doing, but he was coming. It was about 9:15 when I was getting ready to go to Chicago. And he was going from his truck to his house.
And your best guess as to which day that was?
I think so it was Thursday that Julie died.
It's like Hotel California. You can try to get away, but you really can't. We've adopted you. Once you're here, you're part of the group. We've wrapped our arms around you,
9
and
years
we will
ago.
not let you go.
Yes. Yes, I remember that. I remember when I passed him. I remember especially
Well,
the lights
Mr.
on the
Voigt,
house.
there's no question before you.
Just stop talking. No, I love Law Talk with Mike.
Nothing further.
From Chicago, as always. No,
Okay,
he's,
I think
he's great.
we
I love
deserve
Law
a break,
too.
folks.
We do deserve a break.
So go in the back, relax for a little bit, okay? Thank you.
All right, I think we're done. There may be one more witness that has taped testimony, and then everyone else should be live. Let's see. Do nail guns leave tool marks? Yes, they do. Sending prayers to Georgia. Yeah, what is up with that? I was looking on Twitter. There's some significant damage from this storm. We heard that there was that debris was carried miles and miles and miles from the actual tornado site. Squirrel. Who was laughing? I think that was one of the defense attorneys. Laughing is a trial distraction. Yes, the judge in the Young Thug trial today. Actually, I think they've called it quits for today. Because of the storm approaching, they took a half day, but they're still trying to seat a jury. And today, one of the potential jurors was answering questions and saying that she would not be able to serve on the jury because she's a teacher and she would miss her students too much. And someone like from one of the defendants' areas was laughing. And the judge would have none of it. He yelled at him and told him to knock it off. I'm ready for live witnesses as well. Yes. I hope everyone is safe. Me as well. We'll get more news about the size of the storm here probably in the near future. Probably this evening they'll probably have some good ideas. Why does he look so happy? Because for 10 some odd years he's been in jail, and today he's not. So, I mean, that's something to celebrate.
Great work, recovery addict.
Jared, thank you very much for your generous super chat. I appreciate it. We had a rough morning with the internet this morning, but it seems to be working right now. I'm glad we can limp our way through this. Hopefully this weekend they'll get it fixed, and I'll be able to live stream to my heart's content without worrying about the buffering. But thank you very much, Jared. Appreciate it. There's damage in Selma, Alabama. Yeah, I've seen some pictures out of Selma in town that's pretty rough. It did touch down. I saw there was like multiple vortexes in some of the pictures. Let's see, I'm in western North Carolina having severe storms and hail. Super strange. Am I familiar at all with Stone Cold Stunner? Why does that sound so familiar? It's from a movie? A WWE, let's see. It's a finishing move. It's if the opponent was standing behind you, you grab their head, wrap your arms over their head, and you sort of do like a body slam with their chin in your shoulder type thing. Let's see, who was asking about that? Lindsay. Let's see the follow-up on this. These storms are crazy. These are the remnants. We talked about this earlier when Weather Watch was on early in the week. Monday, was it? And we had these storms hitting on California's side, and we're saying, what's going to happen after these cross the Rockies? And basically, the same storm can keep a lot of energy and just move across the country, and it makes these incredible storms out on the east coast as well. Central U.S. east all the way up through as it goes up into Canada up the eastern coast. He's still in jail, just a different one. Yeah, but just for court, he's out today. 22 years. I don't know how long the trial lasted, how long he was in court, and I know he was out for like 3 years because he wasn't charged for 3 years, and so they wouldn't be able to hold him for 3 years without charging him. Generally, that's a very short hold before you're charged. So there was some time after her death that he was out of, he wasn't in custody. Just started getting rain bad here in South Carolina. If the trial goes on like this, I wouldn't count on live witnesses. They might all be dead, as well as us. Testing whether you're getting my tags from Tag, says Tag. I'm getting your tags. Is it my turn? Do you say I'm it? I did get some of your tags. I think you tagged me in on the burner phone, which is good fun. And I also got your grocery store picture with the pet food and the ice cream and everything. I saw that. He thinks it's going in his favor. I think he does. I mean, he's already got some evidence that won't be admitted, and the prosecution has shown some signs of frustration. The judge has sided a few times in their favor, so I think he thinks it's going better. It's Stone Cold Steve Austin's finisher. So not Stone Cold Stunner. I have to admit, I have not followed WWE, WWF, WW anything. A little bit of dub, the triple W, a little of the internet. But I have not followed wrestling. Douglas in the house. Good to have you, Douglas. Perry UK True Crime, sorry, Stone Cold. Let's see. Roxanne's giving shots. It's been a rough day watching that video. It's been pretty rough. A potential young thug juror has to write a 30-page essay instead of a contempt of court jail time. Golden Mom, the judge threw down the hammer. What did he do? Because this is a potential juror. This is somebody who got summoned to possibly serve on the jury. For some reason, is not. I doubt they're going to have him serve. First of all, but the judge says you need to write a 30-page essay. That is a lot of pages. This is like think of doctorate thesis type style. I wonder what he has to write it on. Crime and Punishment, maybe. Did you get that dial-up internet sound from me? Yes, Roxanne, I did, and I like it. It's sort of right at the tail end. They sort of start with their other sound effects or the other sounds, the voice or something. I don't remember. I do like it. I think we might. I'm not going to have that one be something that can be triggered because it's an abrasive sound, and I'm trying to keep the sounds to be not quite as abrasive. We might even dial back some of what DB does. But Scooter McLovin says, squirrel moment, but have you looked into Bryce Rhodes? If they televise that trial, it will probably make Darrell Brooks' trial look like an idiot arguing over a parking ticket. What was Bryce Rhodes charged with? Let's see. I'm getting some more images here. Debbie, I won't share that one. Yeah. Thank you, Debbie. You're amazing. Thank you for reaching out to me. I won't share what you shared with me here. Let's see, Golden Mom. Young thug judge finds potential juror in contempt for not returning when she was supposed to and going out of the country for work instead of the 20-day sentence. He orders her to write a 30-page essay on the importance of jury service. This is that important. Okay, so let's see if I can bring this in because we got a break right now. Give me just a second. Golden Mom, we're going to try to play this if it will work. It might just be a screenshot. I'll have to catch it on Kathy Russon's feed. Just one second. Okay, here we go. Okay, let me bring this up on video. It's going to be on channel 6. Okay, so here, this is from Kathy Russon from Law and Crime. She just sent this out on Twitter just a moment ago. Let's make sure we have audio. We do. Okay.
Contempt is punishable easily by a fine of $1,000 and or 20 days in jail. I am not going to fine you. I'm going to, well, first, Madam, did you attend college?
Yes.
You have a 4-year degree?
Yes, 7 Tech. Yes.
Say again?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. What I think I'm going to do is, in order for you to satisfy your contempt, I'm going to commute the 20 days and require you to write a 30-page paper on the importance of jury service. Here's the criteria. You'll have to do APA style. You're going to have to use at least 10 primary sources, 10 secondary sources. You'll talk in a minimum, and I'll write this in the order. You'll have an order. You'll have it before you leave here today. You're going to write at a minimum history, the history of jury service, who could not serve on a jury, because that's very important.
This is
because
unbelievable.
Years ago, people that look like us couldn't serve on juries. It was prohibited. I want you to talk about jury service in Georgia and discrimination at a minimum. Those 4 things, okay? And you can talk about anything else you want to.
And I hope it's a public record.
In that regard. I am going to give you a date 3 weeks hence that paper needs to be submitted to me electronically. And we're going to run it through a plagiarism checker. You got to write it yourself. And then you're going to come back and talk to me about it.
She needs ChatGPT.
I think that would be fair under the circumstances, because this is that important. I have to account for all of you who summoned, and I'm still looking for folks that it didn't appear. So I'm not picking on you. I'm sorry that you got a little bit of attention in this respect, but the attention is how serious we view this whole aspect of jury service and participation in the process, so we can get a fair juror and a lawful trial as to both sides. So I'm not trying to make it other than an exercise in that. So do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So.
Okay. So as far as when it comes to jury duty, if you get summoned, don't skip out. Don't leave the country. That's bad. 30-page APA style. Must cover the following topics. That is bizarre. And that's in the Young Thug trial, where they're still trying to seat a jury, and they have not finished yet. I think they're going to possibly continue next week. The judge has some veterans court things he does on Fridays. I can't think of how sorry, Jojo, I'm going to try this again. I just can't keep thinking of how long it took to find the cause of death. I don't know. I may have misspoken on this one, Jojo, as far as the cause of death. But it took 3 years to charge him. So I imagine the cause of death was delayed for a long time, but it's supposed to be on a death certificate, right? You've got an autopsy if needed after you die, and they rule a cause of death, and that's done. So I don't know what information they'd have 3 years down the road that they didn't have, the first month or two after she died. But it was 3 years before he was charged. Okay, I got the Stone Cold Stunner is a move. I understand that. I said it wrong. Steve Austin, right? Did I get the name right? WWF move, the finishing move, and it looks like it's not fun. I realize some people will get in a very heated discussion about how real or not real WWF is. I will say that it is a very athletic sport, and that the average one of us trying to stand in and participate in that and the moves that they do, whether or not you feel they're choreographed or quote unquote fake, it is hard work. And I am sure that just like a football player after a day's work, a day's game is going to be sore and achy and everything, they are the same. So I will give them that credit. Weatherwatch says I can do a brief share. If not, no worries. Hey, let me pull up Zoom really quickly. We'll see if we can get this pulled up. Let's see. I've got to get this one off. Give me 3 seconds to get it set up for you, Weatherwatch, and we'll have you. Okay. Okay, here's Zoom. Start a meeting with video. All right, we're going. If you want to connect, that would be great, Weatherwatch. We'll go ahead and do that. Let me change my view so it doesn't show me. Hide self view. Still shows me. Oh well. All right. Okay. Let's see. I hope this female attorney makes better wardrobe choices tomorrow. Went out of the country instead of jury duty. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Heard one potential juror in Young Thug got in trouble for taking a trip to the Dominican Republic instead of coming for jury duty. Oh, man. Yeah, I think that's the one. A 30-page paper. Thank you very much for that that link, by the way. That was amazing. Oh, man. Golden Mom coming through in the clutch with that. Let me catch up here. 30 pages is 5 years hard labor. Seriously, she's working, right? Scooter, I saw that. I was looking at Bryce Rhodes, you said, right? Scooter McLovin says, take a look at Bryce Rhodes. He's going to make Darrell Brooks like a walk in the park. Looks like a triple murder trial delayed again after the judge, this is from WDRB, after the judge orders competency evaluation. Okay, those competency evaluations can take a long time because sometimes it requires multiple people to do them. Claiming Rhodes had an intellectual disability that would prohibit prosecutors from seeking the death penalty. Okay, so it's capital. I'm not sure if Weather Watch is here or if he's gone. I think I've got Zoom open, Weather Watch. If you need something as far as connecting, let me know. Meyer says, can I actually have the 20 days jail? That's preferable. Writing a paper is like jail for me. I think we've got Weather Watch connecting. Here we go. Give me just 1 second. Here's one, and box 2 is Weather Watch. Okay, Weather Watch, can you hear me, or can I hear you, I guess? You want to give me a little quick test? Not getting your audio yet. Let me just make sure I've got it routed the right way. It might be on my end here. Let's see, we're sending it to, let's send it to Roadcaster. Okay, still not hearing you at all, and I think my end's set up right. What is this? What was the question about DMB? That what we just showed was from not seeing the audio. Let me try a different way here. Audio on 3. And I'm going to route the audio through the switcher instead. Okay, Weather Watch, give me another sound check real quick.
Sound check.
Hey, we got you. You got you. Let me go ahead and bring you on.
Can you enable share screen so I can click to my radar tab?
Give me 10 seconds here. I'll get that set up. Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and bring Weather Watch on right now, and here he is. Get me off the screen a second time. Once is enough. Weather Watch, crazy day today. You're on live right now.
Yeah, this has been absolutely wild. This will most certainly make national news. Let's see here. Is that radar popped up on?
Yeah, we've got it. We've got radar. Oh, look at that line. Perfect.
So this is the line of storms that we're looking at that's been moving through Alabama, obviously entering into Georgia right now. What I want to zoom in on that people can see, I'm going to change my modes here and go to correlation coefficient. So let's see if everyone can see here. This is the cell that produced the storms back in Alabama with the massive damage. This is currently the tornado that is dissipating, but that has been on the ground for the last 15, 20 minutes.
Wow.
And to show the path, I'll activate this. So you can see the path of the tornado and where it's been moving to. All those colored particles in that tight couplet that you're looking at, that is debris being lofted thousands and thousands of feet up into the sky.
That's roofs falling a mile away type thing.
That's exactly what that is, yeah.
That blue line that's going sort of before it and down below, is that the intake of the air coming in on the bottom end, or is that just a gap?
Exactly. So it's a bit of both based off the filter I have right now. But basically what we're seeing is this is the inflow boundary right here moving into that storm, and then as this tornado circulates and all that air from here comes back out this way as well.
So what's the forecast like? This is dissipating now. Is it looking like it could reform and drop another funnel or?
So this one does have a big track record. Let me look over at the Cape values right now, get my bearings. So yeah, Cape values ahead of the storm are actually still very strong as it gets closer and more south of Atlanta. So there's a good chance something could come out of this in the future.
Yeah. Scary. So if we zoom out a little bit, we're obviously looking at Alabama and Georgia. Right there, the state lines there in the middle of the map. Where is this trending up? We were looking at we've got South Carolina, across Georgia, and then the northern part of South Carolina next.
Yeah, exactly. So all these little red boxes that you're seeing everywhere, that's everything that's currently under tornado watch. So as you can see, they've pretty much killed that as it goes into South Carolina. These current watches, they expire in 180 minutes. So there is a chance as the day progresses with daytime warming, they could shift those into this portion. Let's see. Potentially kind of into this portion of South Carolina. I don't really see it expanding any farther north or east of that. Georgia might see these expand this direction a little bit as the day goes on, but it's more intense than originally forecasted. That's for sure.
That's crazy. That is some crazy weather, and I'm sure as we're watching the news tonight, we're going to see pictures of the devastation, destruction that this left behind. But any estimates yet as far as the rating of the tornado? The big one that hit Selma, anything like that? I know we've just got seconds. The judge looks like he's coming back in the courtroom, but go ahead.
Okay. So real quick, for people that don't know, hurricanes are rated by wind speeds. So while they're actually happen, they get rated. Tornadoes don't receive the rating until all the damage has actually been assessed. That being said, some people have already been on the ground and see the damage, and they're thinking F3 and greater in multiple areas from the storm in Selma that went all the way northeast.
Weather Watch, thank you so much for the update. It looks like court's going to come back here, praying for all the people on the ground who are in the path of this. Please still stay safe, even though there may not be a tornado on the ground right now. There's still threats of that happening. So watch the weather, stay safe, watch out for your neighbors. If it's gone over, check on your neighbors and make sure they're all right. We'll let you go, Weather Watch. Back in court here. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you. Stay safe, everyone.
Yeah, see you.
Who's the next witness for the state?
Dr. Michael Chambliss, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, I wish to advise the jury that there are going to be some autopsy photos presented during the course of this testimony. I want them to be prepared for that. Before I put an autopsy photo up, it was my intention to warn them of that fact. I know that this is something lawyers and judges see on a regular basis, but I know that a lot of citizens, laypersons are not accustomed to seeing that. There are going to be some pretty graphic and disturbing photos because that's what happens at an autopsy.
All right, thank you for that information. Come on up here, doctor, all the way to the front.
Oh, Your Honor, the state also moved Exhibit 9 into evidence. That was the video of Thaddeus Voigt's testimony.
The objection to 9 coming in? All right, 9 is received. Come on up closer, doctor. I swear again. You could raise your right hand, remain standing. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Get as close as you can to the smaller microphone. And can you spell your first and last name for the
live
court
witness
reporter?
at least.
My first name is Michael, M-I-C-H-A-E-L. And
I'm going to go ahead and
last
pin
name
this
is
one,
Chambliss,
TMB.
C-H-A-M-B-L-I-S-S.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jamboy.
May I get some water?
Oh, sure.
It's one of the
I had
perks
a
of being a
bailiff
witness.
I could-
Free water.
You need some water.
The other guy had his own water bottle.
And Dr. Chambliss, would you like to take off your jacket? We can put your overcoat somewhere
Who is that
because it is
laughing?
getting kind of warm in this courtroom, and
Who's that
I'm afraid you'll get overheated
wicked
with
witch
it.
of the
I
East
can take your
cackle
coat if you like.
laughing? Oh my goodness. That's like a windbreaker over a suit coat. Yeah, get comfy. We can take your suit coat as well, you know, whatever you want.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Katrina. I think I caught it right before you said that or right after. Good timing.
Okay.
Do you have some water now, Doctor?
Okay, I've got some video coming in that shouldn't be coming in.
So, Dr. Chambliss, can you tell the jury what it is that you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And how long have you been a forensic pathologist?
38 years.
Can you tell the jury what a forensic pathologist does?
Forensic pathologist is a doctor trained in all branches of medicine who goes into the field of pathology, which is the performance of autopsies or the examination of specimens that come in the hospital. Once you go into the residency, you can go into a subspecialty in which you only do autopsies, and that subspecialty is forensic pathology. The autopsies are often unnatural deaths. They could be suicidal deaths, they could be homicidal deaths, they can be motor vehicle accidents, but they could be natural. So we do strictly autopsies to the death and the manner of death.
Now, Doctor, could you move that small microphone closer to you? Although I can hear you quite well. The smaller microphone, could you move it closer to your mouth so that when you're talking, I'm concerned about the court reporter because she's got her back turned to you, and so she's got to be able to hear everything that you're saying. So now, Doctor, I'm going to direct your attention to the screen. There's one up there, and there's another one over there, and this is your curriculum vitae, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And you just provided that to me this afternoon?
Yes, I did.
And this is a current version of your curriculum vitae?
Yes, it is.
So it says diplomat, American Board of Pathology. Can you tell the jury what that means to be a diplomat of the American Board of Pathology?
That means I'm board certified. And board certification means the American Board of Pathology gives a requirements to be certified, and the requirements include
We're looking at his
going
CV
through
here.
a program
We're scrolling through
of
it
residency that's accredited by the American Board of Pathology. Once you go through the accredited program, then you sit for an examination. The examination is both a written examination and a practical examination. Once you complete those, you get board certified. Now, both
if you pass the test, you're board certified, right?
Yes.
And you passed the test.
I passed the test, yes.
So, well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you,
Are
sir.
we going to address subject
The only
matter
thing is
jurisdiction?
there are separate branches of pathology that you can do. You can do clinical pathology, you can do anatomic pathology, and you can do forensic pathology.
I'm not sure who's touching
Each
the
one of
microphone
those
in the
has
courtroom,
a
but
residency
somebody's like doing this to the mic
portion
constantly.
followed by an examination, which if you complete it appropriately, you become board certified.
And according to this, you were certified
I'll look for that
by the
sound,
American Board of
MB.
Pathology in clinical pathology in 1984,
Yes,
and the American Board of Pathology in anatomic pathology in 1985,
yes,
and in forensic pathology in 1988.
yes.
Now, what's the difference between clinical pathology and anatomic pathology?
Clinical pathology
I've got bugs
is
again. I've got-
the laboratory
bees next to me.
branches of medicine, essentially hematology, microbiology, chemistry. All of those fall under the category of clinical pathology. So any laboratory aspects of medicine.
And then what about anatomic pathology? What does that consist of?
Anatomic pathology
Sounds not in
is
sync. Let me play with it a little
performance
bit.
of autopsies, the examination of surgical specimens. We call that surgical pathology. And another branch would be cytopathology, in which you do examination of cells essentially to make a diagnosis. That's all under anatomic pathology.
And
See if we can
then
go
finally
live
is forensic pathology, and can you tell the jury what forensic pathology is and how that's distinguished from anatomic or clinical pathology?
Well, forensic pathology would be a subspecialty under anatomic pathology. Once you do anatomic pathology, you can take the subspecialty of forensic. And the forensic is the performance
Give me
of
just 1 second
autopsies
here. We'll switch and get this
and
audio
determine
back
the
in
cause
sync.
of death and the manner of death. So you're doing just autopsies at the time you do your forensic pathology residency.
And doctor, after you finished your
Okay,
residency,
now it's
and
back,
you
but I've got
became
to line
a
everything up, so
forensic
hang on.
pathologist, where did you first become employed?
At the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office, where I became that's where I did my training and stayed on as a deputy medical examiner.
And that's from 1985 through November of 91?
That's correct.
And then in November of 91, what did you do?
November 91, I went to Fresno, California for the first time and joined a private pathology group called Community Pathology Associates.
So he's the one
They
grabbing
did
the
both
microphone.
hospital pathology and forensic pathology, and they needed another forensic pathologist to cover their forensic pathology practice. So I went out to take a position there.
And that was from November 91 through July of 93?
That's correct.
And then what happened in July of 93?
In July of 93, essentially the pathology group, Community Pathology Associates, lost its contract with the county, and I decided to stay on as a coroner's forensic pathologist.
Okay, I'm going to pause him for 5 seconds here.
For the coroner's office.
We're trying to
that's
match
when
up the
I
audio.
started in July of 1993 through December of 1993.
And then in 1994, where did you go?
There we go. I think we're
In
matched up now.
1994, I came to
So now I can do this.
Wisconsin, to Waukesha, Wisconsin.
Waukesha.
And took a position as a medical examiner for Waukesha County.
There we go.
Medical examiner's office.
Is that synced up now?
And that was from
You're still grabbing the
1994
mic,
through
but
1998?
different
That's correct.
mic drop.
And then from
altogether.
1998 onward, what did you do?
I can tell by the way
From
you hold the mic, he's
1998
well
up to
practiced.
2003, actually June of 2003, I became an independent forensic pathologist, which means I contracted with multiple counties in Wisconsin to do their autopsies. It would be considered a coroner's pathologist. So I would do their autopsies, give them the cause of death and the manner of death. So I did that from 1998 to
I
2000.
love your jokes.
And then from 2003 until March of 2020, what did you do?
From 2003 to March of
petting
2020,
it.
I
It's
became
just-
an employee of Fresno County Sheriff
wanna use the
Coroner's
word
Office
fondle,
in Fresno, California.
Seems very
I was
familiar
a
with it.
coroner's pathologist that entire time from June 2003 up through March 2020 when I retired.
And then I see in June, from June 2020, from June 2020 through June 2022, you became a part-time
DMB.
forensic
Oh, my
pathologist?
goodness.
Yes, the caseload in
Ketla.
Fresno, California is very significant for forensic pathology, and we only had one forensic
The
pathologist
prosecutor,
at that time.
let me switch this so I
and
can
my position was
mute
not
it a little easier.
filled yet because of the shortage of
Okay, here we go. The
forensic
prosecutor told him to
pathologists, so I
just
stayed around
snug
an
up to the mic so
additional
we could hear him.
2
And
years
so now he won't
to,
let go of it.
do forensic cases.
This is a different meaning of hot mic altogether.
Now, according to your curriculum vitae, you've investigated and certified over 7,000 deaths as a deputy medical examiner, a coroner's pathologist, and chief medical examiner?
At least. It's probably more at this time, but at least, yes.
And the number of autopsies at that time had been over 6,000 in homicides, suicides, traffic fatalities, natural deaths, child abuse deaths, alcohol abuse deaths, drug-related deaths, exhumations, SIDS deaths, etc.
Yes.
You know, he just threw exhumations in there, digging people up from the grave with all the other deaths.
And you've
Seems like a
testified, you
weird
said,
thing.
over 11,000 times in criminal and civil litigations?
Yes, and depositions, but over 11,000. Yes.
So this isn't your first rodeo, Doctor.
No, it's not.
Does he get to charge again if he testified as an expert witness
Now,
before?
while you were working as the medical examiner for Waukesha County in 1998,
There's a lawsuit.
did you have occasion to be contacted to conduct an autopsy on one Julie Jensen?
Yes, I was.
And do you remember, well, what date did you perform that autopsy?
On December 4th of 1998.
Now, doctor, at the time that you performed that autopsy, did you undertake to ensure that you kept notes and maintained as you were conducting the autopsy?
Yes, I did.
And were those records or those your notes that you were taking, were they converted in then to a final autopsy or a private case autopsy report?
Yes, they were.
And directing your attention to the screen, is this the private case autopsy, a private case for Kenosha County autopsy report of Julie Jensen?
Yes, it is.
Now, this autopsy was performed on December 4th, 1998?
That's correct.
Now, at the time that you performed that autopsy, had you had an opportunity to view the crime scene?
No, there were no crime scene photos at the time.
And sometimes as a forensic pathologist, you get called to the crime scene. Is that true?
And that's true.
But in this instance, you were not.
I was not called to the scene.
And at the time you did the autopsy, you did not have the benefit of crime scene photos, correct?
Welcome, Natalie.
No, I did not.
Good to have you here.
And at the time you
Thanks
did
for
the
being a
autopsy,
subscriber.
you didn't have the benefit of having the toxicology test results back, did you?
They were not back yet.
I do my own, but I take suggestions from everybody,
This
Holly.
autopsy.
So if you have a suggestion,
It indicates
obviously
the
that
photographs
cackle
were taken by
is one
Sergeant
of them.
Ratsburg of the Pleasant Prairie Police Department. Is that
But
true?
if somebody has suggestions,
that's correct.
I just have to make sure it's something I can use
Is this
legally.
marked as an exhibit?
It's Exhibit 10,
Okay.
and it's on a thumb drive, so it's on that Exhibit 10. So this
It is Exhibit 10 for the record for this case.
Yes, it is, Your Honor. It's Exhibit 10.
We
and
have
just
an
to be
edge
clear,
to
the
us.
first part
Don't
of the
get on our
exhibit
bad
was
side.
the curriculum vitae, and now the next item is this.
Okay.
Now, so doctor, where did you perform the autopsy?
At St. Catherine's Hospital there in Kenosha. Here in
Hey, Holly, your question.
And
There are sound bites that you can actually trigger. There are only a couple of them.
Tell
but they
the
have
jury
commands
what you
in
can
chat
remember
that trigger
about
sound
this
bites as well.
autopsy
And we're
subject
working on
to
having a few
Julie
more of
Jensen
those
At the time you performed at the time you first saw
that,
her.
that just let you engage a little bit
When I
with the
first
video.
saw
and,
her, she was
at
clothed
the right
in
times. They're
a
pretty fun.
T-shirt, white panties, and white socks. She had some jewelry on both hands. She also had a necklace on. She was about 110 pounds, about 65 inches tall. And she did appear to be
I'm working on that one.
actually slightly older
gonna
than the
adjust
stated
subject matter
age of 40 to
jurisdiction?
41 years. There was well-developed rigor mortis there. The only signs that there was of possible hospital treatment or medical treatment were some EKG pads on her body. There actually were no needle puncture marks or no tubes or anything else on the body whatsoever.
For the record, I don't consent to that.
There were bruises present on her right buttock area and also on her right shin. She had a bruise in that area. On the right side of her neck, she had an abrasion that was a superficial abrasion, which I said resembled a fingernail mark, but that's my description of it at the time. No other external
There's a lawsuit.
injuries were noted at that time.
So at the time that you first examined the body of Julie Jensen, could you state whether or not there was any exterior indication of what was the cause of death or manner of death?
And externally, there was nothing that I could look at to say that was the cause of death.
So, and oftentimes there is. I mean, you've got a homicide, there's a gunshot wound to the head or a knife sticking out of the back, and there's clear evidence of what caused the homicide. In this case, however, there was no clear indication in the exterior of the body as to what could have caused the death of Julie Jensen.
Nothing externally.
So tell us about your observations concerning the head and the scalp and the eyes.
The head showed no signs of trauma whatsoever. There was some medium-length hair with a few gray strands noted. The eyes had no petechiae or noticeable hemorrhage. There's some drying artifact, which is you see a dark line that is present in the white portion of the eye. That was present on the right side more so than the left side. The eyelids and the face show no petechiae, which are small pinpoint hemorrhages, so that was not present whatsoever. And the mouth, both on the outside and inside, show no injuries whatsoever. In the neck area I described previously as the small abrasion on the right side.
And you'd indicated the nose is midline and the cartilages are intact. So can you explain to the jury what that means?
That is the usual appearance that we see at the time when a case comes to autopsy, is that the nose shows no trauma, shows that it's properly positioned, and that's the way it was at the time.
Now, looking at the chest area, can you tell us what you observed about the chest area?
The chest area showed some EKG pads, but otherwise there's nothing significant in the chest region. The breasts were symmetrical, show no injuries or masses. There's no surgical scars whatsoever.
There was no discernible evidence of trauma to the exterior of the chest. Is that true?
That's true.
What are EKG pads?
EKG pads are essentially, they're naming what they're used for. They're adhesive type pads that are placed on the chest region to detect the presence of heart activity. It would show up in what we call an EKG, an electrocardiogram. So we call them EKG pads.
And who would place EKG pads on a person?
The EKG pads are placed by emergency personnel at the time when they first come in contact with an individual to check for heart activity.
And in this case, you'd received no history and there was no indication of resuscitative efforts. Is that true?
Yes, there's no indication of resuscitative efforts.
Now, I'm going to switch away from the autopsy report for a moment, and I'm going to direct your attention. Now, you indicated at the time that you conducted the autopsy you had not seen the crime scene photos. Is that true?
That's correct.
But approximately 9 years later, in January of 2008, you were shown the crime scene photos at a previous hearing. Is that true?
That's true.
And I'm going to show them to you again. I'm directing your attention to this first photo, and can you tell the jury what that photo reflects?
This is a photo of Julie Jensen at her residence. She's in bed. When we're looking at the back side of Julie Jensen, her head's on a pillow. The rest of her body is positioned on the bed itself.
And doctor, had you observed this bruise or injury to the right rear buttock?
At the autopsy, I observed the bruise and documented it, yes.
And that was would you describe that as a nonspecific injury?
I described it as a bruise of nonspecific nature. I couldn't determine what produced it, so it's nonspecific.
But it didn't appear to be perimortem. It appeared to be prior to death. Is that
It's
true?
prior to death, but it's just something I can't determine exactly what it's associated with.
And that's a close-up of the same bruise. Is that true?
That's true.
Now, directing your attention here to the photograph depicting Julie Jensen's face, can you just compare the nose as depicted in this photograph, and for that matter, the way the mouth is kind of pushed off to one side, compare that to the way Julie's face at the time that you saw her, at the time you performed the autopsy?
At the time of the autopsy, I did not see a distorted nose or mouth. They weren't present there at that time.
Now, doctor, most people, if they take their nose and they push it off to one side or the other, as soon as they release the nose, it goes right back to midline. Is that true?
Yes.
But in this instance, it appears that Julie Jensen's nose is pushed off to one side. For that matter, it looks like her mouth is off to one side as well. Can you explain to the jury what would cause something like that?
Actually, positioning into something long enough that beginning rigor mortis will start, and you will get the shifting of the nose corresponding to the position in which the face is located.
So, explain to the jury what rigor mortis is and how it works, doctor, if you would.
Rigor mortis is a sign that we look for after death, which is a rough measure of time of death. It's not a very accurate type of instrument that we can use because it changes according to temperature. But it really represents the changes in the muscles that take place in the body. At the time of death, the muscles will first become real loose, and then gradually in the first 1 to 2 hours, you can see some stiffening in the smaller muscles in the body, particularly the facial muscles, the eyelids. So within 1 to 2 hours, it'll start up, and you can notice it. The larger muscles in the body start to get stiffer around 10 to 12 hours. So that's a gradual progression from smaller muscles to larger muscles. And then after 12 hours, it stays there again up, I'd say, for another 6 hours, and then eventually goes away. So we would sometimes see a body at the time of autopsy that was completely loose at the scene, but by the time we do the autopsy, the muscles are real strong because the rigor mortis has come over hours and hours, and it's well developed within that period of time.
So rigor mortis will cause a body to sort of fix, or body portions to fix in the condition the body was at the time, the point of death, and if the body's not moved immediately after death. But then at some point later on, rigor mortis recedes and the limbs will, the body will return to its normal state.
It starts off loose,
is there
as
a
I
difference,
mentioned,
6 volt?
gradually gets
You can't
real
tell between the
tight
two, can you?
muscles where you can actually really lift the entire body if you wanted to. And then over a number of additional hours, it goes back to loose state. It becomes real relaxed again.
So looking at this photo that's depicted here on the screen of Julie Jensen's face, it would appear to that is rigor mortis is causing her nose to remain off to one side and her face to remain off to one side.
What we don't have any underlying injuries to the nose, which is the important part here. There's nasal cartilage and there are nasal bones that would be present in the nose itself. Those are not damaged. We don't see any injury on the inside where the skull is, where the nasal bones would be. We don't see any cartilage injury. What we do see is the muscle soft tissue part of the nose, which is the tip, is distorted to one side. And I'm placing that in the category of rigor.
So a yes was the answer.
And this is a photo that depicts her face as she was found in the pillow. Is that
Yes,
your
that's
understanding,
correct.
Doctor? Now, can you tell the jury anything about this photo in terms of what it tells you about Julie Jensen at the time of her death?
This photo actually shows three things. Her head is in the pillow with her nose pressed against the pillow.
He's clearly getting paid by the hour.
The second thing is looking at her chest area. We see her left arm coming under the chest, going towards her right side, so it's below her right elbow. The other part is she's on her side, so her hips down is to the side. The upper part is kind of angled, as I mentioned, the torso, nose in the pillow, arm under the body towards her right side under her elbow.
Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to autopsy photos at this point, so I'm just preparing you for this.
We should not see those, but if I do, I'm going to cut away.
I'm going to
Just
direct
FYI.
your attention to the screen, Doctor, and ask if you can tell the jury what they're looking at here.
The screen shows a photograph which essentially is once we make the Y incision, which allows us to go inside and examine the structures inside the body. This is what we first see once we take the underlying fat, the skin, underlying fat, and the muscles off the rib cage. And that's what we're looking at. This is what the rib cage looks like.
So, Doctor, this is the result of the classic, what they call the classic Y incision. You go down here and then down to here, and then from here down to here. Is that correct? And then you reflect the skin back. Is that what you did?
Yes, except the vertical part continues all the way down, completely down. And then we take all the muscle back off the rib cage so we can see the ribs.
Now, what can you tell us about the rib cage of Julie Jensen based on this autopsy photo, Doctor?
From this autopsy photograph, I'll direct your attention to the left front of the chest and the ribs on the left front of the chest. Below the skin fold would be the clavicle, and then right below that would be the first rib.
This is the clavicle, and this is the
First rib.
First rib, and then this is
The second rib, and we'll go downward, third rib, fourth, fifth, sixth ribs as you move the pointer on the photograph, seventh rib as you move the pointer. So that's what we're looking at on the left front of the chest, the rib cage.
Now, Doctor, when you reflected the skin back, what did you see on the rib cage of Julie Jensen? What did you see on the rib cage of Julie Jensen?
On the rib cage, on the second, third, and fourth rib, we see some small amount of hemorrhage involving the soft tissue over the rib portion. The white portion is the cartilage, the gray portion is the rib. And you can see a darker area, darker purple area over the second rib, over the third rib, and over the fourth rib. And these are small areas of hemorrhage involving all three ribs.
So, Doctor, I'm going to use the pointer. This is the hemorrhage on the second rib. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is the hemorrhage on the third rib. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is the hemorrhage on the fourth rib. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, before you'd reflected the skin back, you had not seen any injury to the external part of the skin. Is that correct?
That's also correct, yes.
So you only see the subcutaneous injury along, it's on the ribs themselves. Is that correct?
That's also correct, yes.
Now, at the time that you performed this autopsy, once again, you did not have the crime scene photo at your disposal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, directing your attention to the screen, Doctor, now that we have these two photos lined up, the crime scene photo down here and the autopsy photo up here, is there any opinion or any professional opinion you can form based upon comparing the body at the crime scene to the injuries you'd seen at the time of autopsy?
Well, the internal examination or the autopsy shows, as I mentioned, hemorrhage over the second, third, and fourth ribs. There's no external injury of the left anterior chest. These areas of hemorrhage have to be explained.
Sorry, I'm working on that cackle download.
And we refer to other items in the case, such as the scene photographs, to help us come up with an explanation for the way hemorrhage could occur over these ribs. With her positioning in the bed, face down, her arm or left arm coming across her chest wall, this would be in a position that could consistently produce some hemorrhage to the left anterior chest wall. That would be one explanation for how this can happen. So the positioning of the body we see in the lower part of the photograph, and we're corresponding how the arm is coming across the chest wall with the injury I see at the time of the autopsy.
Now, doctor, at the time of the autopsy, you did not have any toxicology test results. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Tag not quite there yet.
And you
as far as the,
let
me switch this audio here so I can turn it down just a tiny bit.
Done of the kidney tissue samples. Is that correct?
That's correct. That was done elsewhere.
Since that time, you have seen lab reports from the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab?
This part's
yes,
important.
I have.
Hang on.
And in the course of your duties as a forensic pathologist, have you worked with the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab? St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab. I'm sorry, I'll try to speak more clearly. So have you worked with the, have you referred matters or items to be tested to the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab in the past?
Yes, I have.
Have you worked with them in the past and found their reports to be reliable?
Yes, I have.
Are those the kind of reports you routinely rely upon as a forensic pathologist?
Yes, they are.
And you also independently examined the slides that were done of Julie Jensen's kidneys. Is that correct?
Yes, I have.
And based upon your examination of the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab test results and your observations of the slides that were done of Julie Jensen's kidneys, do you have an opinion as to whether or not ethylene glycol was a factor in this case?
Ethylene glycol was a factor in this case. The kidney slides show calcium oxalate crystals in the tubules, which are consistent with ingestion of ethylene glycol, plus the detection of ethylene glycol in the blood, urine, and gastric contents. So we have specimens containing ethylene glycol, and we have slides that were examined under the microscope showing the products of the breakdown of ethylene glycol, calcium oxalate.
So, Dr. Chambliss, at the time that you conducted the autopsy in this matter, who was the person that, for example, obtained the gastric contents?
I obtained the gastric contents during the process of the autopsy.
And who obtained the blood sample from Julie Jensen?
I took the blood samples from two locations at the time of the autopsy, the right atrium and I think the right femoral.
And who took the urine samples from Julie Jensen?
I took the urine sample during the time of the autopsy.
And who collected the tissue samples from the lungs and the kidneys of Julie Jensen?
I collected the tissue samples also during the autopsy.
And you did that all in the manner in which you've been trained to do that as a forensic pathologist?
That's correct.
Now, doctor, at the time you concluded your autopsy, had you developed an opinion as to the cause and manner of death in this case?
No, the cause, the case was a pending cause at that time.
Did you see any information, did you see any physical evidence in this case, in your autopsy of Julie Jensen, that was indicative of the possibility of asphyxiation as a cause or as a cause of death in this case?
Yes, there were some findings that could be seen in cases of asphyxia. What they included were the
We haven't seen this witness before in this case.
Sac around the heart. Again, these petechiae
He's testified a
are
lot, though. If you watch a lot of trials, you might have
hemorrhages
seen him
that you
before.
can see anywhere in the body. There are also petechiae on the front and back of the heart. And there were the presence of petechiae on the outer surface of the left lung and the right leaflet of the diaphragm. So they're all petechiae in separate locations in the chest cavity.
So, doctor, when you're looking at petechiae like that, is that
They have now.
Is that diagnostic for asphyxiation, or is it simply a possible indication of asphyxiation?
It's a possible indication of asphyxia. It has to be matched up with the particular scenario of the case itself and be explained.
So, doctor, have you ever heard of something called positional asphyxia?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell the jury what positional asphyxia is?
We'll hear that in Sarah Boone's
Positional
case.
asphyxia is essentially just what it means. Your body is in a position where it compromises your ability to breathe. The compromise of your breathing is what leads to asphyxia or lack of being able to get enough oxygen in. So your body gets in a position, you're unable to breathe properly, you can't move your chest wall or your diaphragm, and you essentially don't get enough oxygen. So that's called positional asphyxia.
So, doctor, when you look at this crime scene photo of Julie Jensen and you see that her face is in the pillow, could that possibly be a case of positional asphyxia?
In some situations, it could be a case of positional asphyxia without other findings. I've seen cases.
Georgia, are you asking
and
me to
I've called
comment
them
on
positional
documents that are sealed
asphyxia.
right now? Just
But you have to,
why they're sealed?
again, look
or
at the
did something
entire
drop
case.
that was sealed before that?
So when you
want
look
me
at the
to
entire
comment on?
case here, is the entire, as you knew it at the time you conducted the autopsy, but without, let's say at the time you did the autopsy and you'd had this photo of the crime scene, do you think you would have been able to render an opinion at that time as to whether or not positional asphyxia was a factor in this case?
I would say this is not positional asphyxia.
What would you have said at the time if you had seen this photo at the time you conducted the autopsy in this matter?
I don't think he did
I
testify
would
in his own
say
defense in the
the
first
hemorrhage
trial.
that's on the rib cage would need to be explained to put that in the category of positional asphyxia. And to produce that type of hemorrhage, you look at the evidence around how she's found. She's in a soft mattress, which should not produce hemorrhage of the rib cage. The other components, as I mentioned, the nose and pillow, could be seen in cases of positional asphyxia. So we have something that's not explained and something that is not produced by a mattress, hemorrhage of the muscles of the rib cage.
Squirrel! Now, then when you take this crime scene photo and add it to what you observed at the autopsy, and then you add it to ethylene glycol poisoning, there was the clear evidence
Jimbo
of
has
ethylene
squirrel
glycol
picture.
poisoning. Would you then be able to come to an opinion as to the cause and manner of death in this case?
Well, you have two sets of
On a globe,
findings.
those
You
maps
have
are available. You just have
autopsy
to pay for
findings from
the access.
An anatomic.
Some of them are like a
way of
$250
looking at
one-time
things,
fee, and
where
others
I
are
described the petechiae,
higher-level subscription. You might be able
the
to
nose
ask Weather
band
Watch directly. If
shifted
he's
to
not
the
on right
right,
now on Discord, you might be
the
able to ask him.
hemorrhage over the left anterior rib cage.
But there are.
And then you
those,
have toxicology findings. The toxicology
gives you,
findings
whoa,
are
little earthquake
the
in the courtroom, maybe?
significant toxicology
What's that
findings
about?
include the ethylene glycol, and you have some other drugs present in the toxicology exam. Zolpidem, which is Ambien, paroxetine.
So he's 46 years
which
old.
is Paxil, and you have one additional drug present in her system. So looking at the case in total, with presence of hemorrhage over a rib cage, that needs to be explained, plus the petechiae or asphyxial changes inside the chest cavity. I feel that is the more important findings is the petechial changes in the chest region, plus the hemorrhage over the chest wall, plus the nose.
Now, again, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to an autopsy photo, so be prepared. And
we need camera guy to take pictures of the autopsy photos.
showing, can you tell the
Where's
jury
camera
what
guy?
this is that I'm depicting, that I'm showing here?
Cell phone camera guy.
Actually, we've taken the rib cage off.
Oh,
We're looking directly
Georgia, you're talking about
at
the
the back
30-page
portion
paper?
of the heart. We're looking at the
That was funny.
chambers, the lower
The
chambers
penalty for the
called
juror.
ventricles. So we're looking very close at the back portion of the heart. We see red marks that look essentially like a large group of red marks on the back of the left ventricle.
Cell phone guy would be taking
They
pictures of all these autopsy
occupy
photos.
over half the back portion of the left ventricle. We also see similar red marks at the top portion of the heart, at the junction between the top chamber and again the left ventricle. So there are numerous petechiae over the back of the heart.
So these petechiae, you're referring to these like red dots that are depicted, that are seen here on the heart?
Yes, pinpoint size or red dots, circular dots present on the outside of the heart.
Now, you indicated those are consistent with what?
With asphyxia.
So you've seen those kind of injuries and asphyxia deaths?
Yes, I have.
And in addition to the petechiae about the heart, you also saw petechiae where else in this body?
Also on the outside of the sac surrounding the heart. So we have them both on the sac on the outside, on the heart itself. We see them on the right diaphragm, and we also see them in the lower lobe of the left lung.
And all of those are consistent with asphyxia?
Yes, they are.
But they're not diagnostic for asphyxia?
They're not diagnostic, but the more you see throughout the body, then you have to explain the entirety of the case. It's not something that's an isolated postmortem change thing if you see it in multiple locations in the chest area.
So, doctor, when you add up your findings of what you saw at the autopsy, what you now know about the ethylene glycol poisoning and the presence of paroxetine and zolpidem in her system, and the injuries to the rib cage, combining that with the crime scene photo, have you come to an opinion, doctor, as to the cause and manner of death in this case?
Yes, I have.
And what is your opinion as to the manner of death in this case?
The manner of death is homicide.
And what is your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of death in this matter, in this case?
The cause of death would depend upon the explanation for how these petechiae have come about.
That's his job.
For sure, there is traumatic asphyxia due to the hemorrhage on the left front of the chest. So it's at a minimum traumatic asphyxia, but it's an asphyxial death.
Now, doctor, if you had heard
Defendant,
that Mark Jensen had
Mark
confessed.
Jensen does look tall.
to
He has a
fellow
long
inmate
face.
That Mark Jensen told this fellow inmate that he rolled Julie Jensen from her back onto her side, sat on her back, pushed on her legs, on her lungs, and her head until she stopped breathing. Looking at the physical findings that you saw at the time of autopsy in this manner, are your findings consistent or inconsistent with that description of the manner of and cause of Julie's death?
It's consistent with that particular scenario that you explained there.
That explains the petechiae of the heart.
Yes, it does.
And most particularly,
I think it's back in sync now. Thanks for catching that.
it explains the injuries to the rib cage, the second, third, and fourth rib. Is that true?
Yes, it can explain that injury.
Yeah. The bailiff behind just checked his watch. He's like, how long is this going to go? A lurch vibe.
What role did the ethylene glycol have in the cause of death in this manner?
It's ethylene glycol, I would say, alone could be a possible cause of death. It could be a contributing factor in this particular case because I feel that the traumatic asphyxia is the primary or most proximate cause.
So the sequence would that she was drugged with zolpidem, poisoned with antifreeze, and then ultimately asphyxiated.
That's correct.
And these are opinions you hold to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, they are.
After performing a little over 7,000 autopsies?
Yes.
Okay, so I think the cause of death changed from the first trial to the second trial. Don't quote me on this, but I thought I heard something about that in this trial they're going to say the cause of death was suffocation, where the previous one it was not. Did somebody? Am I just talking out of the wrong end here? Did somebody else hear that?
No further questions. Thank you, Doctor.
All right, it's my understanding Attorney Perry's going to do the cross, correct?
That's right.
Go ahead, anytime you're ready, counsel.
All right, Perry, step up.
Doctor, do you have any independent recollection of this autopsy?
Not specifically, no.
You said you've done over 6,000 autopsies?
Yes.
Testified over 11,000 times?
Yes.
When you were testifying about this autopsy, you were reading it, right? The report?
Not here at the time. You mean, explain for a second.
Just earlier, just right now. As you were describing what the autopsy findings were, you were reading it off the screen.
Yes, I was.
Was any of that from memory?
It was from some of the findings, but I can't say all of it is something I could recall.
Do you recall December 4th, 1998, doing this autopsy?
Yes, I recall doing it just before I left Waukesha County, so I knew it was in December, but I wasn't sure it was December 4th.
It's probably obvious, there's a real need for accuracy in your reports.
Yes.
Testifying over 11,000 times, you would need to rely on those reports.
As closely as we can, yes.
You need to rely on photos?
Yes.
And you have standards in terms of how you do reports?
Yes.
How you take photos?
Yes, we do.
And accuracy, I assume, is one of those standards?
Yes, it is.
The standards for photography, did you take any of those autopsy photos yourself?
No, I did not. At that time, it was another county, and I let their particular people do the photographs because they stay with that county.
Oh. Was it your equipment?
No, it was the sergeant who actually took the photographs.
Was it your camera?
No.
Okay, and this was a film camera?
I can't recall that part.
Okay. Do you recall when you started using digital cameras, if ever?
Not at that particular time. What I recall is using digital in Fresno County. That's the only time I remember using.
Okay, so this is probably a film camera?
Yes, it's a film camera.
And you don't even think it was your camera?
I'm sure it wasn't my camera.
That one was
That's
so
why I
bad,
said the
AJ.
sergeant
So
had
bad.
used it.
The external pictures, the external description of Julie Jensen, did you have any autopsy photos of her externally?
I don't have all of the autopsy photographs here, so I can't tell you.
Okay. Did you review your file in this case?
As I reviewed the autopsy report, I did not have autopsy photographs at the time.
Okay. Do you recall ever seeing external autopsy photos?
I don't recall seeing any whatsoever.
Okay. Is it typically a standard that you would document with photos what your findings were as you did them?
Yes, that's a standard that we try to keep. Yes, so I would say yes.
When you were in Waukesha, did you take your own pictures?
Yes, we did. I did.
Did you do that?
Actually, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Actually, we had our investigators take photographs while I was doing the autopsies. So that individual would take it, one of our investigators would take it while I was doing the autopsy.
The medical examiner investigator?
Yes, that's correct, the medical examiner investigator.
And that's somebody who worked for the medical examiner's office?
They work directly with me. They help me do the autopsy. They'll take photographs. It's a combination investigator autopsy technician.
I see. So whenever you were in Waukesha doing this job, you were working with the same person for an autopsy?
There would be 4 or 5 medical examiner investigator autopsy techs. They were a combination job. And so whoever was assigned on a particular day when I was doing autopsies would come in and help me do the autopsies.
Okay. Do you ever
So they're all trained the same way. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Now, your report indicates that Sergeant Ratsberg of the Pleasant Prairie Police Department took photos in this case.
That's correct.
Had you ever worked with him before?
No, this was the first time.
And was he trained, to your knowledge, to take autopsy photos?
I would say no. I'd say no in this particular case. I was.
And your typical experience with the medical examiner, photographer, investigator, I forget the exact term, would they take external photos at an autopsy?
Yes,
And that's, again, to document all findings?
that's correct.
Okay, so this description of what Julie Jensen's face looked like at the autopsy, you would expect to have a photo of her face at the autopsy?
Yes, I would.
Okay, and you haven't seen that in this case?
I have not seen photographs from the autopsy.
So you have to rely on your report?
I'm relying strictly on my report.
I think he was trying to get some photos put in there. There are probably some photos that exist that he wants to show.
Did you use, was everything at this autopsy Kenosha's equipment?
Yes. Well, no, at the time when I was working in Waukesha, I had my own equipment that I brought down to use. So I would use only the collection specimen containers. I would use those. I would use different, what's the word I want, disposable items that would be part of the autopsy area, but I would bring my own separate instruments that I would use.
And you said I think you said you had an agreement with Kenosha County?
There is an agreement since Kenosha and myself, we were individual medical examiners that worked together to provide coverage if one of us would want to take a weekend or go on a vacation, so we covered for each other.
Do you know who the medical examiner in Kenosha County was in 1998?
Maureen Lavin was the person there.
And do you know why you were called down this day to do this?
She was gone for the weekend.
This was on a weekend?
I'm assuming because I know I was covering for her at that time, and I thought it was the weekend.
Okay, I think December 4th was a Friday. Does that sound? You
I
don't
have
remember?
no way of knowing what day it is. I have no way of knowing if it's the time frame. But she was gone, and she needed coverage.
How long did this autopsy take?
I can't tell you specifically how long it took.
Okay, the report at this on page 1. Do you have it? Do you have the report in front of you?
Yes.
The report indicates date of autopsy 12/4/98, 2:25 p.m. Correct?
That's correct.
Is that when you would have started the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, not when you would have completed it.
No.
How long did do autopsies typically take?
Depends on the case, but a non-trauma type case generally takes an hour and a half or so, up to 2 hours at the most.
And he can just fly
so
through.
on
He
the
can do like
outside,
6
you
a
would have been
day.
done with this by 4:30ish.
4:30 or a little after 4:30. Yes.
Okay, on Friday, on December 4th.
Yes.
The report says that Roger Johnson, who's the chief deputy medical examiner for Kenosha County, was present.
Yes.
Chris Hernandez says pathology assistant.
He would be my autopsy tech. Yes, Chris Hernandez.
Okay, Chris Hernandez traveled with you.
Yes, he travels with me to do autopsies. At that time, that was his function.
Okay, Barbara Rossman. What was Barbara Rossman's function?
She was a deputy medical examiner there in Kenosha County.
Did she do autopsies?
I'm not aware of how Maureen Lavin did her, worked with her investigators, so I can't answer that one.
And then Sergeant Ratsberg.
Yes.
Okay, anyone else?
No, that's all that I recorded as being there at the autopsy.
Okay. Is that pretty typical number of people in an autopsy?
Generally, yes. We have the law enforcement person there. We have the autopsy tech. And we have someone from the representative coroner or medical examiner office.
And when you would make a finding, would you say that out loud?
It depends on the type of case it is. Sometimes I would, if it was a very complicated case, I'd have the deputy medical examiner write something as I said it out loud. Or other times I would take the diagram, stop for a minute, take the diagram and write the notes myself.
Okay. In a case where you were not familiar with the crime scene, would you have been speaking with those at the autopsy about what you were finding?
Yes, I would tell the law enforcement individual what I'm finding is significant in the case.
Okay, so each of these findings that you testified to on direct, you would have been discussing with Mr. Ratsberg, for instance.
I wouldn't necessarily say I would discuss each characteristic because sometimes the findings aren't something I can explain clearly to the law enforcement person, such as petechiae are hard to explain if the individual has never been to an autopsy. So I may not explain petechiae to him because that's something I document in my report and look for further information later.
Okay, well, you had him, was it just luck that he took photos of the heart?
Yes, I tell him to take significant photos. I would say, take a picture of this because it's something medically I need to document.
Okay, so if there was an injury you noted, you would have you would direct a photo to be taken.
Yes.
You explained the role of a forensic pathologist, and that includes an investigative aspect to the case, correct?
Yes, it should include an investigative aspect, yes.
It includes considering toxicology reports.
Yes.
Includes witness statements.
Yes.
A scene description.
Yes.
Scene photos.
Sunshine, I just replied to you on the burner phone. It's involving BK and the images on his face,
At the time you did
the
this
scratches, the
autopsy,
cuts.
you weren't getting any of those, correct?
I think the sheriff just violated
I
the gag
didn't
order.
have them at the time of the completion of the autopsy. That's why I signed the report as pending further information. So I didn't have them.
At the time you did this report, you didn't consider any witness statements.
I didn't have any witness statements at the time, so yes, I'd have to agree with that.
Yeah, there probably weren't any expert reports to consider.
Not at that time.
No toxicology was returned yet.
So DMB.
None returned at that point.
And when it was returned, it wasn't returned to you, correct?
That's correct. It was
I know
went
there's some
to
interesting
another
stuff I don't want
doctor.
to
I think went to
talk
Dr.
over.
Lavin.
Okay.
BK had cuts on his
So
face in
this
court today,
case,
and the
although you
sheriff
did
just
the
tweeted
autopsy,
out that it was from
you weren't really acting
botched
as a
shaving.
forensic pathologist, correct?
That he doesn't know how to use the razor.
No,
basically.
I was acting as a forensic pathologist to do the autopsy and the
But
chain of custody.
that may be violating the gag order.
To give the specimens.
We'll see if the judge
Once the specimens
gets angry.
are given over to Dr. Lavin and her office, they completed the
T-Rocks.
pending portion of the autopsy report. So we worked in conjunction.
I guess what I meant by that is your role was done on December 4th.
Yes, it was done at that particular point.
And you never had any intention of following through the investigative aspect of being a forensic pathologist in this case?
Well, it became a case that Dr. Lavin wanted to take over. So I gave her the rest of the case.
So that'd be yes then?
Yes, at that particular point, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a quote-unquote razor
You were privy
injury.
to some, I guess, outside information at the time of the autopsy.
Can you explain that for me? I'm not sure what you're...
Well, sure. You understand that, it was your understanding that Roger Johnson and Detective Ratsberg were present at the crime scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they would have told you what they had seen?
I can't recall at this particular point what they mentioned to me. So I can't answer that question.
Would it have been, would it be surprising to show up to a different county with people who are at the crime scene and have no discussion about any context?
I would say sometimes it's not surprising. Sometimes I don't get any information.
Okay, do you think that happened in this case?
I would say no. I'd say I got information from these individuals. I just don't know the specifics.
You testified about this case in January of 2008.
That's correct.
Yeah, and I think that's what Mr. Jamboys was referring to when he said something like 9 years later, you saw the toxicology reports and other photos, correct?
Yes. When I came in 2008, I didn't know all the additional aspects of the case.
And it was then that you saw for the first time those photos?
Yes.
Okay, and it was at that in 2008, first time that you saw the toxicology report?
Yes, that's also correct.
Findings that that Julie Jensen had ethylene glycol in her system?
Yes.
I want to be sure I understand. What's a, well, I guess I should say it this way, a post-mortem artifact. Is that a finding that occurs as a result of something that happens after death?
Yes.
Could be an injury.
I'm sorry?
It could be an injury.
It would depend on what the particular finding is.
It might appear to be an injury that you'd see when the person is alive, but actually occurs after they die.
I don't know what you're reading, so I'm not, it depends on the context of what I'm looking at.
I'm just, is that consistent with what a postmortem artifact is? Is that
Sometimes it is.
something that might appear to be an injury, but actually was something that occurred after the person had died?
Yes, that would be an explanation. Yes.
I said that a little clearer that time.
Well, yeah, because there are certain things that we find that are actually around the time of death that we call perimortem injuries, instead of postmortem artifact.
Some bruising can be postmortem.
Some bruising can.
You testified about petechiae on direct.
Yes.
And I think you said that petechiae are pinpoint-sized hemorrhages that you can see anywhere in the body.
That's correct.
And petechiae represent the rupture of small blood vessels, correct?
That's correct.
All right. It can be caused by simple injuries.
Explain that again? Go ahead.
Petechiae
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
Oh, sure. Petechiae could be caused by simple injuries such as straining.
They can be.
It's just something that would break a blood vessel under the skin.
Yes. They can be, yes.
Medications can cause petechiae.
It would depend on what we're talking about. Not florid petechiae like we're seeing in this case.
A heart attack can cause petechiae.
Yes, you can see petechiae in a heart attack.
Due to pressure, the pressure passes up to a location and it's sufficient enough to rupture smaller blood vessels, correct?
I think it runs in the family.
That would cause petechiae?
Yes, that causes petechiae.
Not getting enough oxygen?
Yes.
Difficulty breathing?
Explain difficulty breathing, because that depends upon the mechanism or the pattern in which they are difficulty breathing.
Well, if somebody was having, I guess, for instance, if somebody had a lot of fluid in their lungs and they're having a tough time getting any oxygen, could that cause petechiae?
Not generally, no.
No. You talked about any type of asphyxia would cause petechiae.
Yes.
Okay. Just kind of respiratory distress, could that cause petechiae?
It can. In some situations, you may be able to see some petechiae.
Okay. It's not an uncommon finding at autopsies.
It depends on the amount of petechiae that you see and the distribution of petechiae that you see. So when you say it's not uncommon, it depends upon the pattern that you see and the distribution that you see.
Sure. I imagine, if you saw a body completely covered in petechiae, that wouldn't be common.
It's not common, but then you look towards an explanation of how you would get florid petechiae all over.
Now, your report indicates that externally there were very few findings, correct?
That's correct.
There was a small bruise on the front of Julie Jensen's right shin or her right lower leg.
Yes.
That could be consistent with bumping into any number of things.
Yes.
Pickles. I got pickles.
The bruises that we saw on her right buttock area.
Yes.
That could be consistent with bumping into any number of things.
Yes.
Bumping into a table.
That's one way, yes.
You noted a very superficial yellow-brown type abrasion on the right side of the front of her neck.
Yes.
That could be that could potentially even be post-mortem.
It has the potential. It's hard to know what goes along with that. The color change is very difficult to link post-mortem.
Mrs. R.A. just ran
If
and
someone
fixed the
touched
pickle
her
problem
neck
we were
handling
having.
the body after her death, that might have caused it.
No,
No, no, no.
not with that color change.
When you testified in 2008, you of course had your report, right?
Yeah.
Years after the autopsy.
Yes.
Today is, I have to do math, but that's 20-some years after the autopsy.
20 years that I can
That was quite
recall.
a bit closer.
Yes. 2022.
24 years.
I'm going to direct council your attention to page 31 of January 7th, 2008.
Thank you, counsel. Page 31?
Page 31.
Okay.
Lines 4 through 18. Dr. Chambliss, you were asked, and so it could have been somebody moving her or that was tending to her at the scene, correct? And the answer was, I have no idea. Question, it could have been, right? Answer, I'm not going to say it could be or not. They may not handle her neck area, so I can't say one way or the other.
Objection, Your Honor. I object. This is hearsay and it's not inconsistent with his current testimony.
Well, the part I'm about to read is.
Oh, okay.
Let's start then with that part. It would be helpful. Go ahead.
I mean, Doctor, you just said that that this would be inconsistent with that I asked you if somebody touched her neck handling the body after her death, that could cause that kind of mark, and you said no, correct?
Yes, that's what I said.
Okay. Question, I guess what I'm getting at is it could be somebody handling her after death? I'm not asking you to say that was the situation, but if somebody touched her neck who was handling the body after her death, that could cause that kind of mark. True? Answer, that may be a scenario that could possibly produce it.
What are we talking about, the abrasion or the coloration change?
About the mark on her neck.
The mark is a fingernail mark is what I'm describing. The coloration, no.
Well, the coloration would just be however a mark is changing colors, correct?
Yes, but that's over time. And what we're talking about generally on postmortem or injuries right around the time when someone's moved, they're quite often purple. Or
The testimony I just read to you, is that incorrect?
Can you repeat back what you just said?
This isn't going well for the
If somebody
defense.
touched her neck
See if
who
they
was
can rescue
handling the
this.
body after her death, that could cause that kind of mark. True? Answer, that may be a scenario that could possibly produce it.
Yes, specifically, as I said, the fingernail abrasion could be something that could take place.
That could happen after death.
Yes.
Okay.
Lindsay, not a lot of really exciting stuff. A lot of details about the autopsy. But nothing, no hot action. And he's really let go of the mic since that moment at the beginning.
The autopsy on page 3 notes the injury that you testified to with the pictures of Julie Jensen's ribs. It notes that there's a small amount of hemorrhage involving the soft tissues and muscles attached to the left, second, third, and fourth ribs anteriorly, correct?
Yes.
You were asked on direct if it was consistent with that picture, correct? The picture of her laying across her arm.
I want to see how the court reporter
I'm sorry,
typed his last
the
comment.
scenario, or I'm just a little bit confused about your question. Can you explain your question a little bit?
Sure. You were asked about that injury in combination with the photo of how Julie Jensen was laying in bed, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said that could be one explanation.
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know, you of course weren't at the scene.
That's correct.
Okay. And you don't know if that's actually how Julie Jensen was found.
I don't know.
Okay. And you don't know if when she was found she was moved.
I don't know that either.
Okay. And you don't know if that's how she just normally slept.
No, I don't know that either.
Okay. That's an injury that could be post-mortem artifact.
No.
Which injury is counsel talking about?
About the hemorrhage to the ribs.
Oh.
No.
You can rule out that it's not post-mortem artifact?
Yes.
And how can you do that?
I've done enough autopsies to know post-mortem artifact from an actual injury, and that's an actual injury.
At the same hearing that I just asked you about on January 7th, 2008, and counsel, I'm going to direct your attention to page 37.
Okay, I'm going to have to, give me a minute, I got to open that back up then.
Lines 9 through 22.
Page 27?
37.
Page 37, this is page 32.
Question. Under internal examination at page 3 of your report, about halfway down that page, it says, upon reflecting the skin and underlying soft tissues, there's a small amount of hemorrhage involving the soft tissues.
Excuse me, counsel, I can't find, which page are you on? Page
37, January 7th, 2008.
January, we got the wrong date up that.
Watch, they go up into South Carolina.
January 7th. Okay, page 37. Counsel, was it page 37?
Yes.
I'm sorry for the delay. I'm using two different screens here.
Hey, I'm using 5 different screens and I'm not delayed. That's not an excuse. Ed, I think you're right. This is a very difficult evidence, facts to overcome.
37 what line?
They need these facts that are admissible in court
9.
to mash with their version of the events.
Page 37, line 9.
Even Western North Carolina. Wow. Tornado warnings. Take cover, guys. Stay close. Be safe.
Okay. Thank you,
Don't take
counsel,
risks.
for giving me time to get to that point. I appreciate it.
Quite all right. I'll start again. Question. Under internal examination at page 3 of your report, about halfway down that page, it says, upon reflecting the skin and underlying soft tissues, there's a small amount of hemorrhage involving the soft tissues and muscles attached to the left second, third, and fourth ribs anteriorly. Answer. That's hemorrhage, not petechiae.
That's hemorrhage.
Right.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll listen. I'm sorry.
Yep, and that was your answer in 2008 too, correcting
Yes,
it that
that's
was
correct.
hemorrhage.
Yes.
Okay, now, same page, counsel, line 21. Actually, line 18. I'll just change that for the 4th time. Line 16. Okay, my mistake, and those would be consistent with post-mortem artifacts. Answer. I can't say that's postmortem artifact. Question, can you rule that out? Answer, I can't say because I didn't examine the muscle microscopically. You need to do that. Question, right, so you can't rule out that this is just postmortem artifact, right? Because you didn't do all the work. Answer, I agree with that, yes.
I was agreeing with the fact of doing microscopic on it. That's essentially what I was saying. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
You don't know when that hemorrhage happened?
The time frame, I don't.
That's something, well, when you were shown the photo of Miss Jensen in her bed, you said that could be one explanation, correct?
That's what I said, yes.
Another explanation could have been from bumping into a doorway?
Depends on how it takes place, but I can say yes, depends on the circumstances.
You said this was not a situation of positional asphyxia. You said you could say it is not because the hemorrhage on the rib cage would need to be explained.
In most cases of positional asphyxia, that you even see hemorrhage, those that I've had in adults have been motor vehicle accidents, and that can be explained inside of a vehicle. What you look at is the scenario here, and the scenario on a mattress doesn't explain how you would get this hemorrhage on the front.
Sure. And from this injury, you can't say when the injury even occurred?
No, because I didn't look at it microscopically.
And as you testified in 2008, you can't even rule out postmortem artifact.
I would say it's not postmortem artifact, but I can't tell you the age of this injury. There's a difference.
Did you ever examine, after 2008, the muscle microscopically?
No, I did not.
Okay. And was the Dr. Chambliss then incorrect?
What I said is I can't give a specific timing, actually, unless I did it microscopically. I believe that's how I answered that.
No, the answer to that was whether you can't rule out that this is just postmortem artifact because you would need to examine the muscle microscopically, and you didn't do that work.
Well, it's a different answer for me now. I think that it's an injury.
The
Whoa,
petechiae
that's bad.
around
That's
the,
bad. You see them perk up as soon as you said
cardio area.
that? That's a different answer from me
Yes.
now.
You testified to on direct, and it's
Yes.
listed in the report. You called them on direct, you called them asphyxial findings, correct?
Yes.
And then you explained that it was consistent but not diagnostic of asphyxia.
That's correct.
Okay. And that's because the lack of oxygen makes those blood vessels more fragile and they can rupture.
That's how it happens, yes.
Do you agree that that's a common finding in
I
autopsies?
think we'll go back to more spiciness
No, it's
later.
not a common finding.
Is it an uncommon finding?
It's an uncommon finding.
And I talked about the different ways that petechiae could be caused,
Yes.
including a heart attack.
Yes, as I mentioned, the pattern and distribution of petechiae is important, which is not seen like this in a heart attack.
Stress to the respiratory area.
That wouldn't produce this distribution of petechiae.
On direct, you testified about all the things that you gathered and sent off for testing.
I gathered them for Dr. Lavin. She sent them off for testing.
Somewhere between week
And
1 and week
that's
5, I'm guessing,
listed
Golden Mom. I wish I knew the schedule.
Page 5 of your autopsy report?
That would not
yes.
be.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, just 1 second.
Sorry, I had them off.
At the bottom.
Yes. The materials that I saved for toxicology were turned over to Dr. Lavin. Yes, I agree. Yep.
Okay. And what you noted in your
Okay,
report
well,
is
it's a
that
little
you
bit dull
saved,
here for just a bit. I know some of you are
blood from
hanging
the
on every
heart.
word here.
Can I say one thing at this point? Can I interrupt?
No.
What's missing from that is gastric contents.
I do have the
Gastric
ability
contents is not
to make a
not,
to make a
mentioned in the
command
report, is it?
so that
It's
you
not
guys can
mentioned in
turn
the
on the
materials
comments if I
saved for
forget to turn them on. So
On
somebody
direct,
could
you
enter
testified
something and it would
obtained
make
the
the comments
gastric
appear.
contents.
I'm not sure if I should do that. I
Preserve
forget
them,
so often, and I usually fall so
correct?
far behind in chat. I might consider doing that.
I don't know if I said that on direct. I can't. I know it's taken and examined, but I don't know if that's what I said on direct.
Mr. Jamboy's asked you if you had collected the gastric contents and that it was to your very high, to your standards of your medical standards.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
This is prosecution witness.
You don't remember doing that, though, do you?
Not independently, no.
Yeah, and it's not in your report.
It's not recorded in my report, no.
And these reports, as you explained, are essential to be complete and accurate.
Yes, but there are times where we don't have everything written in our reports.
Okay. Do you have any? You don't have any. And it's important for chain of custody purposes, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. To note how things were collected.
Yes.
It's nice right now. It's almost
Where they
70
were sent.
degrees. We're about 67.
Not necessarily where they're sent.
A little breezy.
If I do the entire case, yes. In this case, I'd say no.
The only reason you think gastric contents were collected in this case is because you've later seen a report about the gastric contents.
That's a fair statement, yes.
Okay. If you testified on direct that that you did that you collected it, and it was to your medical standards, that's a guess, correct?
No, it's not a guess. It's something that's shown up as a report once I've given the items over to Dr. Lavin.
Hey, Marie, I can make it a
So
mods only command,
it's
so only a mod
documented
would be
by
able to
Dr.
turn on the
Lavin.
comments.
So it's not essential that you put all these things in a report?
I didn't say it wasn't essential. I said sometimes I make a mistake in a report.
Okay, and that's a mistake in the report.
There's a mistake in my report.
Okay. Your report also doesn't indicate collecting any vitreous humor fluid, does it?
No.
Yeah. Are you aware that vitreous humor fluid was indeed collected and tested?
Vitreous humor may be collected either at the time I do the autopsy or at another time. So at the time it's collected depends on whether I did it or someone else did it.
When would the other time have been that samples were taken from Julie Jensen's body?
I can't tell you in their situations here in Kenosha County, so I can't tell you. But you can take vitreous before or after an autopsy.
Your report indicates that there were at least 660 milliliters of gastric contents.
Yes.
Okay, and at least, I think, is the word, correct?
DMB, I could have gone all day without knowing
Would
that.
that be because it's closest to the mark of 660?
The containers that we use to collect gastric contents aren't specific to smaller gradations. So you try to, you give what is the mark that you see on the container above that.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to do some basic conversions. A liter is 33.8 fluid ounces, correct?
Yes.
Oh, this is math.
1 liter has 1,000 milliliters.
Yes.
Yes, I can do that one. Yep.
So 1,000 milliliters is 33 fluid ounces, correct?
Yes.
A liter is 33.8
Yes.
fluid ounces, 1,000 milliliters to a liter.
Okay, I'm still on board.
Okay.
I'm good with this math.
660 milliliters is 21.78 ounces.
If you say so, I'll just go along with
The
your
state will
calculation.
stipulate that 660 milliliters is approximately 22 ounces.
Thank you, Mr. Jim. But
There are about 22 ounces of stuff in her stomach.
Yes.
That's a lot.
You agree that that's a substantial amount?
That's the amount is substantial in her stomach. Yes.
And the report
mugs hold
indicates that you
15
can
ounces.
identify food fragments in her stomach.
Yes.
I think in fact, it specifically notes potato and pepper.
And that's correct.
You're unable to tell from this when the last time Julie Jensen would have eaten prior to death.
That's correct. I can't tell.
Unable to tell how long those 22 ounces might have been sitting in her stomach.
That's also correct.
A stomach not emptying properly for any number of reasons can be called gastroparesis, correct?
That is what the word means. Yes, it could be that particular situation.
Okay.
Awesome, Tish.
Properly functioning
That's
kidneys.
cool news.
One of the purposes is that they eliminate nitrogen wastes from somebody's system, correct?
That's one of the functions. Yes.
And if that doesn't happen, then something called uremia can develop.
Yes.
You've seen that.
Yes.
And that's the buildup of nitrogen wastes in the body.
Yes.
That's something that can cause gastroparesis.
I don't know if that causes gastroparesis. I'll just put it that way. I'm not a clinician to know that.
Okay. Are you familiar with that? Do you know that renal dysfunction would affect somebody's electrolyte levels?
Yes.
The acid-base levels in her system.
Yes.
Okay. An electrolyte acid base, something affecting her electrolyte status can also affect GI motility, correct?
And that's correct.
Okay. And that's GI motility is another way of saying, well, it could cause gastroparesis.
Yes.
It depends also on what is in those gastric contents.
Yes, that's also important.
Because what's in the gastric contents can slow down metabolism or the breakdown of tissues, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't have or have you seen, I'll just ask it this way, have you seen a report identifying everything that was in those gastric contents?
Explain what you mean, everything that's in the gastric contents.
Well, you visually identified potato and pepper.
Yes. I didn't see anything that I would venture to clearly point out in the gastric contents, so I guess you're correct. I didn't see a report of that.
And you have seen a report that said that there was some amount of ethylene glycol.
Yes.
And I'm asking if you're able to, from the reports you've seen, account for all 22 ounces of what's in her stomach.
No.
Okay. And you would need to know that in order to opine whether or not her metabolism was slowed down by the contents of her stomach.
Yes.
Because if there's a toxin, it would depend on the toxin.
It depends on the toxin and also depends on how the toxin binds to the material in the stomach. There are multiple particular ways that the toxin binds.
This is a defense
Something's been
attorney
absorbed
questioning the
through
state's witness.
The intestinal lining, correct?
Well, in the stomach, it can be in the liquid, it can be in the mucus, it can bind to the hydrochloride, it can bind the protein. So you can have 4 different ways that it could be, at least.
Could you say that again? I didn't really understand. It can bind?
The drug, when it goes into your stomach, it's taken up in different ways as it's in your stomach. And that's why you can't inject gastric contents right into a gas chromatography. You got to extract the drug.
So the way something might get absorbed in a body from the gastric contents would depend on really what those gastric contents were.
It depends on the gastric contents and the type of drug that it is, if it's the type that can be absorbed readily or is not absorbed readily.
And of course, it would depend on what's happening with GI motility in general.
That's true.
And something would, of course, have to come in contact with a stomach lining to be absorbed that way.
Yes, yes.
Okay. You're familiar with the phases of ethylene glycol poisoning?
No, I'm not.
Not at all?
Not at all.
Were you at one time?
No, I'm not. I wasn't at one time either.
That shuts down that line of questioning.
Wouldn't be able to testify at all about...
Adam, you're excused.
I would not.
Okay,
3
It's
minutes.
not about ethylene glycol. I'm not an expert or even very comfortable going through the different pharmacokinetics of ethylene glycol.
So if you testified in 2008 about the phases of ethylene glycol, do you wish you hadn't?
I wish I hadn't.
They're attacking his credibility.
You noted that her urinary bladder was distended with 150 cc's of urine.
Yes.
Are you able to tell from that when the last time it was that Julie Jensen urinated?
No, I cannot tell.
Do you have any idea of when the last time she would have urinated?
No, I could not tell.
You came in at the right time. We're talking about all sorts of body fluids
Could
and
it have
juices
been more than a
and
day?
stuff like that.
There's no way for me to know when she last urinated, so I can't speculate on it.
You are aware, you testify that there were oxalic acid crystals in the kidneys, correct?
You need a sound effect for that one, right?
And that in her kidneys would affect her kidney functions.
That's correct.
I'm not a
One thing that can
camel.
happen with oxalic acid crystals in the kidney is that you can go into acute renal failure.
That's correct.
You didn't receive any information about urine in the bed?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Did you receive any information in this case about there being urine in the bed?
I'm not a camel.
No, I did not.
It's not a sound effect yet. We did grab that
Any
sound
on her
from
clothes?
yesterday's audio.
No,
From the
not
judge.
when I saw him, but I didn't receive any information about it
Weren't
either.
on the clothes that you saw,
No,
and no one told you anything otherwise?
no one told me anything otherwise.
Do you remember sending or directing Detective Ratsberg to go and collect or look for fluids at the scene?
I don't recall any of that. That's too long ago. I just don't recall it.
Okay. So if that happened or didn't happen, you're just not aware of it?
I just can't say. I mean, it's 20 years ago. I really can't say.
In terms of
We've got the cat one as well, but I haven't plugged
Julie
that in yet.
Jensen's functions on the day that she died and what she was able to do, are you able to say at all?
Not clearly. I'd be speculating. So I
Because
have
it
no
involves ethylene glycol poisoning?
It's not only ethylene glycol. She also has multiple other drugs in her system, so it's hard to say.
Okay. You don't know if she could get up and walk around?
I have no way of knowing.
And like you just said, you don't know if she could urinate?
That's also true.
We know she had food in her stomach.
I know she has food in her stomach.
You have no idea when that food got in her stomach.
I'm not a camel.
And is, just so I'm clear, one of the reasons you can't say is because of kind of your limited knowledge about the effects ethylene glycol has on a human body?
It's ethylene glycol primarily, but we also have other drugs in her system. So it's a drug environment which is difficult to predict function. I would just put it that way in a general way.
Squirrel. And after this case, you did no additional research?
No, I did not.
Have you done any other reports in this case?
No, I have not.
So in 1998, your autopsy concluded with, it says cause of death, colon, and it says pending further studies.
Yes, that's a preliminary type autopsy report when you put pending there, yes.
And then in 2008, while testifying, you were given basically the same hypothetical that Mr. Jamboys just gave you today, correct?
I can't remember specifically what you're describing there. Can you explain for me?
Sure. You were given the hypothetical about if
Audio's
Mr.
off
Jensen
just a little bit
had,
here again.
Confessed, and then the description of
Give me
asphyxiation.
just a second.
Do you remember that?
Yes, I recall that part about asphyxiation, yes.
Okay. And based on that, you opined as to cause and manner of death, correct?
Oh, I said it the
Yes,
wrong
I
way.
did.
Now I made it worse.
Okay.
I'll fix it here.
Credibility of witnesses matters to a forensic pathologist, doesn't it?
Yes.
You don't know anything about the source of that information, do you?
It's a little better. What are we doing with the camels?
Explain what you mean.
I was just pointing out that one camel
I
had
don't
one
know
hump
what
and
your
one camel
question
had
is
two.
referring
So I
You don't
think
know
one
anything
was
about
a
the
dromedary.
credibility of
But I don't know
whatever
which one it
witness
is.
would have claimed that Mark Jensen made that confession.
No, I don't.
And if you learned that that person was completely incredible, you wouldn't be able to rely on that statement, would you?
I rely upon the, I guess, the investigators in the case and what they feel, how strongly they feel about the case.
It's been a long
I
day,
don't do
guys.
that
We're winding up to
investigation.
the end of the day. The judge is
So-
going to call for a
I'd have
break
to
here
rely
soon
upon
if they don't
what they
stop
are
on
and
their
what their
own.
relationship has been with me as the investigator, forensic pathologist. That's the best way I can describe it.
It's hard to end the day with some
So
technical
do you
testimony.
rely on the credibility of witnesses?
Again, that goes back to the investigator. I don't personally do the investigation. So it's not me determining whether they're credible or not.
I see.
I have
So-
to rely upon them.
So whatever the investigator tells you the scenario is, that's credible?
No, what I'm saying is I have to, when I'm discussing the case with them, feel that my autopsy findings are consistent with what the story is that they're telling me.
I want to be clear I understand your testimony. If you assume that the person providing the information about Mark Jensen is a liar, does that affect your determination of cause of death?
No, as I answered before, it goes to the investigator who presents the information to me, and what that material he presents in association with my autopsy findings. I can't go back and determine credibility of their witnesses. That's up to the law enforcement person.
The jury actually makes that decision.
I can only do the autopsy findings.
I'm sorry.
Yes. We're sorry, too.
Counsel, I'm going to direct your attention. I'm looking at, again, January 7th, 2008.
Yes, Counsel, which page are you looking at?
This is what they need to do with every single piece of evidence, especially these things that make the testimony that comes in that's very hard to account for.
The bottom of 73.
If they can throw doubt on the individual who brought the evidence in, then they don't have to say, oh, there was a fingernail mark on her neck. If they can make him an incredible witness, then they can say, hey, yeah, he said this, but he changed his story, and he has. He said, I wish I didn't testify about something he did before. This is the defense doing a very good job.
25.
Gaining some ground, some good ground. That was mic abuse.
Yes,
It's a felony in most states.
Yeah. You were asked, Doctor, now if in that hypothetical you assume that the person providing the information about Mark Jensen is a liar, then do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty? Answer, yes. Question, and what is that? Answer, it's undetermined.
Yes, at that particular point.
You agree with that?
It depends on what the whole context of what you just read in that little bit. It's hard for me to know what the whole context is.
Sure. The person who reported that Mark Jensen confessed, if that person is a liar, then do you have a cause of death?
Just the way you described that, nothing about the investigator, nothing about anything else, it would have to be undetermined because I don't have any additional findings to go along with the investigation.
Yeah, that's no longer credible for me, says Clover.
Do you recall meeting with Detective Ratsberg and Dr. Lavin in March of 1999?
I remember meeting with them. I don't know the particular date, though.
Okay, that's fine. So you did the autopsy on December 4th, 1998?
Yes.
Okay, and then maybe a few months after that, you
I don't
meeting
know
with them?
how much damage control prosecution
but
can
I
do
just
at this
remembered
point.
I met with them.
You remember a subsequent meeting that
Yes.
included Detective Ratsberg and Maureen Lavin?
Yes.
I will say that the length of time
You have
that's
notes
passed
about
between
that
the initial
meeting was?
trial and now is
I'm sorry?
definitely
Do you
helping
have
the
notes
defendant.
or memory about what you discussed?
No, I don't.
Can you tell from your autopsy report what date you completed it?
No.
Daryl Brooks is going, why did I do that?
Would this report have been sent that same day?
This report that I have produced, not the same day, no.
Okay. How long would it have taken you to do?
Depends on my caseload in conjunction with their caseload. It may have taken me months and months, considering it's not my particular jurisdiction.
If there's information in the record that suggested it was faxed on February 4th, 1999, would that be consistent?
I can't tell you that. There's no way for me to know.
Hey, Tag, I think the problem was he's basing it on the.
Go ahead.
He says he's basing the cause of death on the testimony that came from the cellmate that said Mark told him what happened and this is what happened. That's what I heard. Not the police saying, you know, here's the situation, here's how we found her, this is the crime scene. They're just making sure they've got everything done here. Jailhouse snitch testimony, right? And he basically said, what I heard was basically, if without that testimony from that jailhouse snitch, I wouldn't have a cause of death.
I do have one more question, Doctor. When you were looking at the scene photo of Julie Jensen lying on her bed, and maybe I've already asked this and just forgot it, you testified that that she was on a soft mattress?
Yes.
Where did you get
on a soft material, which is a mattress.
Just on a mattress?
On a mattress.
See you, Samantha. We'll see you in the morning. Thanks for being here.
No further questions.
Seeing the time of the day it is,
I've got about a 3-minute redirect, Your Honor. Maybe a 5-minute. A 5-minute redirect. I'll be done by 5 p.m. How's that?
and then what about recross?
I don't know that it'll take very long. It's going to be a very, very brief redirect.
I'll give you 5 questions.
5 questions. And then we're calling it for the day.
That's generous of you, Your Honor.
That was one of them. Was it a pillow top Serta extra flush?
I've got this plugged in here.
Okay. What's the over and under? He's not going to finish by 5 o'clock Wisconsin time. Not going to happen.
Are the TVs on?
Are the TVs turned on?
They are. Yes. Oh wait, it's gonna.
There we go. Okay, good enough. Can you see in the upper right-hand corner here? I'm going to blow this up here a little bit. It says 223.99 and 24.99. So certainly this report was available as of February 4th, 1999 or February 23rd, 1999, one of those 2 dates. Doesn't that reflect that to you, sir?
Go on. We know how fax machines work.
Yes.
It's a timestamp on a fax machine, right?
Now, directing your attention to this, we're going to first of all look at the picture of Julie Jensen in this bed. Now, it's true you weren't at the crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
And I know that by virtue of being a forensic pathologist, you're not necessarily an expert on mattresses, but looking at the way Julie Jensen's arm is positioned and the way that the
Thanks for keeping track of the questions,
is
DMB.
going in there, that would look like a relatively soft top mattress, wouldn't you say?
Again, it's a mattress. I can't tell you soft, hard, whatever.
But you can see from here down to here, it's going down with the arm, correct? So there's an impression in the mattress caused by Julie's body at that point?
I wasn't there. It's hard to, I can't answer that one.
Now, directing your attention to this injury here,
Judge is
and
going to call it here in just a minute.
And then looking at the way the arm is going from the shoulder down across the body in this fashion. So the shoulder here is bent over. Does it appear that this injury and this injury and this injury would line up with that arm? Is that a reasonable explanation?
Asked and answered.
Is that a reasonable explanation for the injuries to
Is there an objection?
Yeah, asked and answered. This was covered on direct.
Yes, and he went into it on cross.
See, that's the problem when we start recrossing, redirecting. You got into it, so now he wants to clarify it. I think he has a right to do that.
So, Doctor, can you answer the question? Would you? Okay, then I'm going to restate the question instead of having the reporter read it. Assuming that I'm going to ask you this, Doctor, assuming the shoulder was bent in a little bit, as it appears to be here, and then the arm was spread across here, would you indicate? Does it appear to you as though that the arm lining up with the rib cage would be a reasonable explanation for these injuries to the rib cage at this location?
It is a reasonable explanation.
And so, quite aside from who's telling you about it,
We're well over the 5 questions.
if you had heard
Time's
that
up as well.
it was told to somebody that Mark Jensen confessed that he sat on Julie's back
Badly.
and shoved her face into the pillow until she stopped breathing, are these injuries consistent or inconsistent with that description?
They're consistent, as I mentioned before.
Now, based on the crime scene photos, and based on the injuries to the rib cage, and based on the injuries to the
Thanks for being
to the
here,
heart,
T-Rox.
the petechiae
We'll catch you
above the
tomorrow.
heart and the lung,
Be safe.
and based upon the toxicology reports that you've since received, do you now have an opinion, doctor, as to the cause and manner of Julie Jensen's death?
Yes, it's an asphyxial death.
It's an asphyxia death, and was ethylene glycol a contributing factor?
Yes,
And what is the manner of death?
it's a homicide.
Nothing further.
Pretty cross.
Doctor, you have no idea when Julie Jensen was, you have no idea when Julie Jensen was put in that position.
Yes, I think I answered that as well, yes.
You agree that you
Yes.
don't have any idea?
Yes.
And that she may have been moved after first responders got there?
Yes.
Were there any bruises on Julie Jensen's back?
No.
Any marks consistent with being sat on her back?
That's not uncommon to see nothing when someone's pressure, so there's no marks there at all.
Bruising on her arms in terms of
I'm going to use this
being
joke with my
rotated
kids later
around
today,
and
Aaron.
pushed
Thank
down?
you for that.
There's no bruising on her arms by that manner.
That hypothetical that Mr. Jamboys gave you, it assumes that that is precisely how Julie Jensen's body was at the time of her death, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And you have no idea how long she was in that position?
No, I do not.
Just say it. No further questions.
That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, folks.
Thank you.
8:30 tomorrow. One more thing before you leave so you can make your plans. We are not working on Monday. It's a federal state holiday, Martin Luther King Day, so you can keep that in mind when you come back tomorrow. Thank you for your work today. 8:30. Have a good evening. I'm not a camel.
All right. Have I looked at the burner? Let me take a quick look here as everyone's leaving the courtroom. I have looked at the burner phone. Just a minute here, Greg. Let's see what you sent. I doubt it. The I doubt it part.
Squirrel.
Sorry, I just realized at the end you said keep mum.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
I will do that. Let's say that. I will do that. Let me get some sound effects. I have a couple I need to work on.
I'm not a cat.
That's one of them. I forget what this one was.
Squirrel.
Yeah, we've got the squirrel one. So we've got a couple. We've got the camel.
I'm not a camel.
That we need to get set up. A few. I don't want to have too many, so I want them to be short, and they're probably going to be a little quieter than they have been on some DB's sound effects. I don't want them to take away, because there are a lot of people who do come here to watch actually what's happening in court and follow along. I don't want to take away from that. I want to be able to hear that and listen. Addicts are putting their coats on too. It's time to.
I'm not planning on going into the 2016 case.
We're good.
We're good.
Little hot mic there. Getting ready to call in the Chinese order for dinner. Sounds delicious. Okay, I think I answered all the questions. Sarah Boone will be Tuesday. That's going to be on the 17th, Marie. On the 17th, so we've got 5 days. I think that does make it on Tuesday. Is that right? Yeah, Tuesday's the 17th. And that's still on schedule as far as we know. Let's switch out to here. Presets, 3-box, zoom. Here we go. As everybody's leaving the courtroom, that's good. We're about to lose the feed, so I'm gonna go wide on this one as well. Boom. How about that? Nothing else to see in the courtroom. So we'll finish this up here and we'll wrap up and get everyone out to dinner. Coffee Cake says again, whoever gave me the free membership, thank you. Coffee Cake, I wish I could remember. All I will say is that the memberships were raining down. There was a time period when they were just everywhere. It seems like everyone was getting green. There are a few of you who have lucked out somehow and still get to sit in the back of the courtroom, which is now quite sparse seating. You can really spread out. It's not crowded as it was before. There is still room on the front row if you would like to become a member. So if you want to, that's always an option open for you. But will you cover Daybell? Far out. Daybell is not going to be televised.
Please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Okay,
so
raise your right hand.
Always, no matter what, every time I have a feed that drops, the next video that plays is always Judge Darrow. YouTube knows me. That's all I can say. The algorithm works. Internet ownership is too much responsibility for you. Just show up on time. Be there early. Just don't say anything. Just wait till somebody else talks, and then you can get in. Hey, back crew, we have great seats. They are great seats. Still waiting for the rain to hit me, says Red Pen. It happens, you know. If you stand outside long enough, it will rain on you. I'm Not a Cat is also a good one. We've got the cat fight we have to work on. What's the case? Lindsay, they only turned the audio up just for a second, so we don't know. We don't know what that is. I know as far as the video goes, he's still in the courtroom. He hasn't, I think he's got his bracelets on, all his bling. He's blinged back up, and he's going to head over to the jail. That is Bailiff Peck, who a couple of you have requested additional video of. I'm not sure if I can provide that, but he's in the courtroom again. So here it is. This is all you can get of Bailiff Peck. That was a solo shot of him. What more could you ask? And there we're wandering around and we're lost. The camera's lost completely. Okay, there we go. You guys are all awesome. Hey, thanks for all of you this morning. It was really rough this morning. Thanks for cheering me up when the internet was doing anything but working. My phone does the same thing. I've woken up to Dora or Brooks speaking way too many times. It happens. Tell you, it happens. Weatherwatch says, after my last fiasco, I'm intentionally 5 minutes late every stream. Back row's got a crew. Yes, they do. The cameraman was a little bad there. I think he was sort of leaning against the control knob because they're pan tilt zoom cameras, so they're controlled by a joystick. See you, Bite Me. Good to have you here. I enjoyed Virginia. Glad you made it there safely. I'm having to chill, stand back, everyone. Anyone need free gas? Weatherwatch cannot have the internet back. He's only to report the weather from now on. I think that's by general consensus. I'd rather be day working. Thank you for that. Thank you, Sunshine Flowers. Thank you, everybody. We're going to play some music. It's that time. It's that time of day, and we know what song we're going to play. I have pickles. World is a better place today. The internet is still not on the complete mend, but it's better than it was this morning. They will be out here and fixing it tomorrow, but I expect and anticipate that we will be doing this again tomorrow, 9 a.m. But until then, until you get your attic fix of true crime tomorrow, please, tonight when you go home, give a hug to those people you love, smile at somebody, make their day just a little bit better, and please, please, please stay safe, especially with all these storms coming through. Stay safe until we go live again, and take care of the internet too, if you can. Night, peeps. Night, Tag. Thanks for all the messages. I'll see you tomorrow, Greg. Can you call? Yes, Greg, I'll give you a call. I'll research it. Talk to me tomorrow. I'll try to research it tonight, and I'll give you a call. All right? Tomorrow. But I'll have the burner phone. You can reach out to me on that. So please, stay safe to tomorrow. Thanks, everybody. You guys are amazing. Thanks to all the amazing mods. Thanks to all those who are gifting memberships today. Your support means the world to us. Thank you from Mrs. R.A. and myself. I appreciate you all. Thanks a lot.
I'm not a camel.